Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of poverty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who try to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we go to item 2, messages from the President. I received this morning a message from His Excellency the President dated 21st February 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that in my capacity as chairperson of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as well as the President of the Republic, I will be traveling outside the country to Niamey, capital of the Republic of Niger, in the morning of Tuesday, 22nd February 2022, to lead Ghana's delegation to the launching ceremony of the West African Power Pool, WAP, North Core Project, at the invitation of His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic of Niger, to be held on Tuesday, 22nd February 2022. Thereafter, I will travel to Abuja, Nigeria, to meet with His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on important ECOWAS matters. I will return to Ghana in the evening of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration, yours sincerely, and best regards, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, signed. And it's to me, the Right Honourable Speaker, Office of Parliament, Parliament House. Item 2 has just been read. And so I move to item 3, which is a formal communication from the Speaker. Honorable members, you elected me as Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana on the 7th of January 2021. By that act, I became the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. I am the 7th Speaker of the 4th Republic of Ghana. I know, you all know, the attributes of the number 7. As a Catholic, I'll do everything legally, practically, and humanly possible not to depart from those attributes. I know those of you in the light know the attributes. Those in the darkness might not know. Honorable members, I make this statement to address matters that are pertinent to the functioning of our Parliament and lies at the core of what we do in this chamber and by extension this House. I have noted the slow pace of work that has unfortunately characterized the conduct of activities of parliamentary committees and thus limited our functionality as a parliament. It has become apparent that the problem of undue delay on committee work appears to be plaguing several committees of Parliament. I don't want to mention the names of the committees, you all know. This has led to a situation where some bills and other matters referred to the various committees have stalled, and the committees have not been able to provide reports for consideration of the House. Honorable Deputy Majority Whip, may you resume your seat. The famous aphorism that the work of Parliament is in its committees cannot be overemphasized. This statement is therefore aimed at providing guidance for the work of the various parliamentary committees, ensure a streamlining of their activities, all with the aim of ensuring that committees deliver on their constitutionally sanctioned mandate. Honorable members, may I refer you to Article 103 of the Constitution, which deals with the committees of Parliament. Amongst others, the parliamentary committees are expected to investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine. The framers of our Constitution, mindful of the need to strengthen the committees as a tool for parliamentary oversight, provided for the committees to have the rights privileges, and powers of the High Court in relation to the enforcing of attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, the power to compel the production of documents and issuance of a commission or request to examine a relevant witness abroad. Further, Order 156 of our standing orders provides that all bills, resolutions, and such other matters within the jurisdiction of the various committees shall be referred to them, that is the committees, for scrutiny and reporting. While it is the duty of all committees to give the matters referred to its due and sufficient consideration, such consideration should not be at the expense of the laying of parliamentary work. We must be guided at all times that our commitment to our democracy means we are doing diligent work in a manner that is efficient and timely. Admittedly, the Constitution does not provide a time frame within which a committee must complete its work, except in instances of a bill introduced by or on behalf of the President. Under these circumstances, Article 106(14), that is clause 14, of the Constitution requires that such a bill must not be delayed for more than 3 months in any committee of Parliament. 3 months. For purposes of education of our audience, I quote Article 106(14). 106(14) says, a bill introduced in Parliament by or on behalf of the President shall not be delayed for more than 3 months in any committee of Parliament, unquote. Our standing orders, however, provide a period within which a committee should have completed its work for reporting to Parliament. It is instructive to note that Order 212, Rule 1 of our standing orders reads, and I quote, 212 Rule 1, every committee to which a matter is referred shall report to the House before the end of each session of Parliament. If a committee finds itself unable to complete any investigations, inquiry, or other matter referred to it before the end of the session, it shall so report to the House, unquote. You all know what I'm talking about. The number of referrals to committees. Since last year, the session ended December. We are in a new session. No report whatsoever has come to the House. There is no reason given to us as to why there is a delay for us to consider the referral and what to do. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, all parliamentary committees are reminded that they are required under law to provide a report on a matter referred to them before the expiry of a session of the House, and same must be complied with unless leave has been sought and granted by the House. The leadership of the committees, committee clerks, and the leadership of the House are tasked with ensuring that the various committees comply with the reporting timelines to facilitate the smooth conduct of business in the House. Honourable members, I'm aware of the load of work on the Public Accounts Committee. I'm prepared to urge the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to increase the number of membership of the Public Accounts Committee. We will strategize to form subcommittees of the Public Accounts Committee and assign them the voluminous reports that are before the committee to work on and report to the leadership of the committee to finalize and submit to the House. Those reports from the Auditor General are very, very, very critical and crucial for the sanity of our democracy. I've had an opportunity to dialogue with the Auditor General and his team, and they are ready to support us in this direction. They say their spirits are low because a lot of reports they submitted to us, we haven't attended to them. We must lift up that spirit by quickening our pace of consideration of those reports and submitting to the House. I hope we are together. I note also the growing trend where members of the various committees sit in committee meetings, participate in the meeting, and then come onto the floor of Parliament to raise new objections to the committee's report when same was not done at the committee's level. We have what we have in this House as the Bagwin's rule, that when a member of a committee raises objection at the committee level and doesn't succeed, it doesn't prevent the member from raising the same objection at the plenary, whether you are even the chair or ranking member. But you must first raise it at the committee level. You can disagree with the decision of the committee, and therefore you bring it to the plenary for the whole House to consider the reason behind your objection and agree with you or disagree with you. And that is what I did some years ago as chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, where on the floor I objected to the report of my committee and it was upheld and ruled upon by the Speaker. That is why it's called the Bagwin's rule. That is permitted. But if you don't raise it at that committee level, I don't think it's proper for you to come and raise new ideas against a committee report that you've all agreed. Usually when you say consensus or unanimous, then you come and raise fresh this, and that definitely is not in accord with order in the House. Honourable members, deliberations at the committee level are extremely crucial. When a bill, paper, or other matter is committed or referred to a committee, the bill itself is the order of reference, and the inquiries and deliberations of the committee must be confined to the bill and amendments relevant to its subject matter. In this vein, honourable members of the committee are at liberty to raise their objections to matters being considered at the committee level. This will mean that members must attend the meetings of the various committees and make sure their opinions are registered. The tendency to register your displeasure on a matter on the floor of the Parliament when same could have been done at the committee stage derails the work of Parliament and may have the effect of preventing other non-members of the committee from contributing to the report. Let us all commit to the structures put in place to allow this legislative body execute its mandate. Committee members are to lead the debate, and we have to allow more room for non-committee members to add, to enrich the report and debate in the House. Honourable members, and by this statement, also imploring the leadership of the House to work closely with the leadership of the various committees to streamline their reports. Members, again, it is important to note that the minutes of proceedings of the committee are as important as the report of the committee. Order 212, Rule 2 reads, I quote, "The minutes of the proceedings of a committee shall, whenever possible, be brought up and laid on the table of the House with the report of the committee by the chairman or vice chairman or any member of the committee nominated by the committee." The parliamentary service structure ensures that every committee of parliament has a clerk to the committee. The clerks have a duty to record the minutes of proceedings and all proceedings upon consideration of any report or bill in the committee, and upon every amendment proposed to such report or bill, together with a note of any decision taken by the committee and the names of all members voting therein. You know why I'm raising this point? On a number of occasions, I've had disagreement between members as to what happened at the committee level. If we had minutes, those minutes would have been laid officially for us to cross-check to really know exactly what took place at the committee deliberations. This is not being done. The absence of committee minutes at the conclusion of deliberation of the committee would no more be countenanced, as this serves as an obstruction to the work of Parliament. And you know, when you obstruct the work of Parliament, it's contempt of Parliament. The Constitution is very clear on that. The committee clerks must be mindful of the timelines for reporting to Parliament and take steps to provide the minutes of the deliberation of the committee together with the report of the committee. There are various cluster heads with respect to the committee groupings. The parliamentary service is aware of that. These cluster heads will be held directly responsible for absence of minutes, and same will be treated as a dereliction of duty. Clerks of Parliament, you have heard it. Absence of minutes of committee meetings will be regarded as dereliction of duty. And CI 118 is very clear as to what happens to such an officer of Parliament. I hope, honourable members, we will all strive to improve on our work as a House. We need to ensure that our culture of work, practice, procedure, and conventions work in tandem. I hope we take these matters seriously to strengthen Parliament as an equal arm of government and to discharge our functions and duties efficiently and effectively to achieve the vision of a model parliament for other parliaments to emulate. With this, I want to thank you for your attention. Honorable Member, please. I'm talking to you. That's not how to whisper on the floor of the House. I was hearing what you were saying. If I ask you now what I have read, will you be able to tell me? This is a house of order and discipline. What is happening, as the one with the ultimate responsibility, I'm not going to tolerate it. Whatever anybody says, it's not that person that will be held responsible. It's me. And this is the time that this country needs leadership. And leadership we will provide. With this, we'll go to item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings. We don't have any official report today. So we start the votes and proceedings of Friday, 18 February 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I was at work on Friday, but marked absent on page 7. Item 10. I seek your indulgence that is corrected. Thank you.
That is at page 7, item 4, number 10. Table of his candidate note. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 16. Yes, Honorable.
I must go to Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 16, the items numbered XII, XIV, and XV. The officials from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, their designations have been omitted, consistent with our practice, and as has been done for the other officials above. But when it got to those 3 people, their positions have not been stated. So if the table of his could have a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, do the writing. Kindly get further particulars of their details and correct the votes and proceedings accordingly. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, Honorable Member.
I was grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, item number VIII on page 20. Mr. Kwame, it should be Ampomfi Jr. without an R. AMPONFI is the correct spelling of his name. I know him very well. We served in the same NUCS executive. He was in charge of education and democratization. And Mr. Speaker, I also noticed that his position at the National Sports Authority has been omitted. So if item number VIII can be cleaned up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, please delete the R after the P and then seek for his position. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the sitting held on Friday, 18 February 2022 are adopted as the true records of proceedings. As stated earlier, we have no copies of official report. And so we move on to item 5, statements. We have admitted a number of statements. Many, I should say, are still outstanding. And on a daily basis, we are getting many statements. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about we moving to item 5 statement without commenting on question time. As you know, from Order 53, we needed to have questions before statement. And unfortunately, if you look at the business statement for this week, that was taken on Friday, it clearly stated that we were to have questions today, and we were to have about 8 questions that were scheduled to be answered by the Ministers of Transport and Tourism. And Mr. Speaker, we come today and the other paper, those questions are missing. And when I tried to inquire why we didn't have the questions, the answer was that the ministers had written that they could not be here. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the letters that were written, it was not even written by the ministers, but were written by their officers. And the simple statement there is that the minister is unavoidably absent. Mr. Speaker, Parliament cannot just be taken for granted by these ministers. These programs, these activities are programmed, they are well informed in good time, and when the questions are adopted by the business committee, they are written to be reminded. And then all they could say is that unavoidably absent. So, Speaker, with the greatest of respect, as you may know, speaking from Article 103, one of the main functions of this House is oversight. And one of the tools that is used to ensure proper oversight is question time. So if ministers can pick and choose when they want to come to the House and when they can give flimsy excuses and not to come and account to their stewardship, I believe that the Speaker, this House should take this very seriously. And I don't think that they are being fair to the colleagues who had spent time to ask these questions that are to put the ministers to check. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be grateful if you could get the ministers to come within the week. Yes, I know all the other days have been scheduled for other ministers, but Mr. Speaker, we will be grateful if we find a way of adjusting to spread those questions, and probably for punishment for those ministers who chose not to come, we can pick one or two of each of their questions and spread them over the week. So that instead of coming today alone, they may have to spend the rest of the week coming almost every day to answer one or two as a punishment. And then next time when a question is scheduled for them to answer, they will make time, they come and answer them in good time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal to you that these questions should not be rescheduled to next week, but rather we should spread them across the week and get you to make the directive, the necessary directive for the ministers to appear during the week to answer these questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think my colleague has a point, and it should not be the case that ministers will take this august House for granted. But it is not the case that ministers are taking this House for granted. Speaker, by our records, and in context, the two ministries that concerns at hand, the Transport Ministry and the Tourism Ministry. As far as I know, and I'm sure my colleague will bear me out, this is the first time we've had such a correspondence where they have indicated that they are unavoidably absent. I mean, the point that the letters were not signed by them is a significant point you've made. But as long as it's coming from the ministry, it's as official as coming from the minister himself or herself. So it is not the case that the ministers are picking and choosing. And Speaker, it is also not the case that I'm putting out a defense unduly for the ministers. The practice has been, if I'm wrong, I'll ask my colleague to prove me. The practice has been that in the instance where the ministers are unable to show up, to be fair, they are expected to communicate on time. And the case has been made that if you are not able to show up on a particular day, the correspondence should not come on that particular day. It should be a day or two ahead. And the table of business here, I got the correspondence since yesterday that the ministers are unable to come. There is a bigger concern you are raising, which is the availability of the ministers. We can talk about that. But relative to those two ministers, I'm not sure they are popular for continuously citing excuses and not being able to come up and attend upon this House. So, Speaker, I'm in total agreement with my colleague that the ministers have to take this House serious and important, and the business of the House important. But relative to these two ministers, I think that we may have to be fair. And looking at the past and the history, they are not ministers who have shown such attitude. So probably, Speaker, also join hands with him that we call on the ministers to appear as soon as possible. But the latter part of his call to say that we shouldn't reschedule them and it should be some form of punitive measure to the minister, that I beg to differ. It's a human institution, and he himself, sometimes he delegates some of his backbenchers and some of his middle benchers to sit for him where he has difficulties. So he should be a bit flexible with the enforcement of the rules, and also appreciate the fact that we are all humans, the human institution. But to emphasize the point that nobody is condoning with an attitude of any minister taking this house for granted. So, Speaker, I'm totally in support, but except to say that on this occasion we cannot hang these two ministers because they have duly notified Parliament as they should.
Yes, honourable member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank the Chief Whip for the intervention. Mr. Speaker, it is true that it works both ways. Sometimes ministers stand up, and some colleagues are also not available to ask the question. But what makes it difficult is when members are not pre-advised as to when the ministers will come. I was given a copy of the letter from the Transport Minister, which was signed yesterday. Yesterday was not a day Parliament was sitting, so there was no way I could have access to that letter. I turned up this morning hoping to ask the question, and I'm told he is not going to be around. The letter simply says the question should be rescheduled to when, and I think that when ought to be pre-advised so that members would make themselves available. That is what leads to a situation where the minister turns up on Thursday and the member is not available to answer the question, and the minister says, look, I'm here and you are not there. But we just want it structured so that, as you have always wanted us to be, so that we can be more efficient in the way we use our time. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I believe the Minority Whip, the Honourable Muntaka, have raised a significant issue, which is about fidelity to our rules, the standing orders. Once at Business Committee we adopt the report, we must walk the talk on what we have adopted. Arguably today, Tuesday, the Honourable Kwame Gakpe, Dr. Kobna Donko, the Honourable Proceedings Vincent Opong Asamoah, Mr. Kwame Governs Abuja, and Honourable Betty, and Ellen Ajuan Tosu, and Honourable Joseph Kwesi Mensah were all scheduled to ask questions of ministers. And Mr. Speaker, as he indicated, parliamentary questions is a good opportunity to elucidate answers in the exercise of oversight. What we expect the Majority Whip is to give us assurance that he will schedule accordingly, whilst finding justifiable excuses if he's truly in charge for the absence of the ministers. And then the second leg of what the Honourable Muntaka raised is the authority of the persons writing to Parliament. It should not just be any ordinary officer of a ministry, take pen and paper and write that minister is indisposed. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders clothe you with mandate for the admissibility of questions. So even for rescheduling, you are the authority. So they must demonstrate that respect. So we need an assurance from you that these Tuesday questions will be scheduled tomorrow or Friday. Nothing more. And to indicate what he's saying, we must take the work of Parliament seriously. And Mr. Speaker, our reputation out there is not the best, as you yourself have observed, and we must be seen living up to the task of wanting to serve the best interests of the Ghanaian people. They are affected by many of the questions that would have been posed today. So assure us that you get the Minister for Transport available to respond, and then the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. We've hardly seen him around in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, you are all very conversant with the rules of the House. And you know that notice to ask a question is always filed at the clerk's office. And that is processed through the procedural clerks to the Speaker for consideration. The Speaker, as the minority leader stated, has the mandate to admit or not to admit the question. After the question has been admitted, either as urgent question or normal question, it is sent back to the clerk. And it is the clerk that transmits the question to the minister. And the minister, by our rules, is to respond to the question within 3 weeks. For good reason, which we all acknowledge, or we took judicial notice of, because these are notorious facts, that we don't still have strong institutions. We don't still have very good systems. And sometimes we are prepared to allow ministers to use more than 3 weeks to respond to the questions. Because you may need answers from units that may be located in districts that are outlandish, that may not have the necessary logistics or facilities to respond quickly and transmit information to the minister. So we acknowledge that. But when the ministers, after all that, submit the answers to Parliament, and those are put across to a business committee, and they are programmed, and the ministers are informed, I don't think it's proper for the ministers to wait until a day or two when the question is to be asked of the minister to direct a chief director or acting chief director to write to the clerk to say that the minister will be unavoidably absent. What does that mean? Let's say His Excellency the President invites a minister to appear in his office on a certain day. The minister writes by instructing his chief director that, Your Excellency, I am unavoidably absent that day and I cannot appear. Can you reschedule it? Is it possible? If a Chief Justice invites a minister to appear before him or the Supreme Court, the minister waits until the last day, then they send a letter to the Chief Justice, I'm unavoidably absent. Can you reschedule the date? Is it possible? We have bent back too much. And that is why Parliament is seen as an MDA, not as an arm of government. We are prepared to accept realities, but we are not prepared to be treated with contempt. As for the letters being written by the Chief Director or Acting Chief Director, I have no problem with it because he's writing to his colleague, the clerk to Parliament. He's writing to the Judicial Secretary of the Judiciary, or writing to the Chief of Staff in the Office of the President. So the bureaucrats can write to that. But no bureaucrat can write directly to the Speaker. This is notice to everybody. Bureaucrats don't write direct to the Speaker. They write direct to their colleague and it's processed. That is why in our standing orders, when you look at communication to the House and from the House, the rules are clear. And so please, we are now being asked to reschedule the questions. To when? These questions were scheduled with the knowledge of the ministers. There was a business statement read on Friday. Sufficient notice. Now you have asked her to reschedule it. To what day? Tomorrow? Next year? I think that is what Chief Whip of the majority you must address. We don't know what that unavoidable absence. They may be outside the jurisdiction of this country. And we all know the business of ministers. They should have given us sufficient indication to support us to take a decision. That is absent. So what I can do, with the indulgence of members, is first to send a strong word of reprimand to the ministers. And second, with your indulgence, to ask the business committee to reschedule the questions, because the ministers will need notice. We have the answers already, but we will no longer accept any letter from any ministry just saying the minister will be unavoidably absent. No. Give us the reason. We ourselves are reasonable human beings. When we see that the reason is cogent, is acceptable, we will do so. If there's explosion in Atiasi, we expect the minister to rush there. We don't expect the minister to be in parliament answering questions that day. So if that is indicated to us, we definitely accept that reason and reschedule the business. But unavoidably absent, what does that mean? So please, Majority Chief Whip and leadership, take note of it, concede to this, send a strong word to the ministers. They should let us work together. We don't only consider government business. We have parliamentary business, we have private members' business. You have a lot to generate for us to consider. But we give priority to government business, parliaments all over the world. And when we give the priority to government business, and the government members fail to attend, we waste those days. So please kindly take note and convey the necessary messages to the ministers concerned. I will end it here. Business committee, reschedule the questions. Let the ministers appear to answer those questions. Luckily, the questions are not admitted as urgent questions, what I have. And so they can be answered even next week. With this, we'll go to statements. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
I'll seek your pleasure or leave for us to vary the order of business and for us to go on to page 10 and take the private member's motion, which is item 21. Item 21 on page 10 of today's order paper. Speaker, with your leave.
Well, I will grant leave for us to vary the order of business. I thought some statements were quite important to be taken, and I will ask that some time be created for them. And I will also invite the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. But we'll start with item 21. These private members' bills have been on the order paper since last year. We have to get them over. Item 21, private members' motion that this Honorable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020. And this motion stands in the name of the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka, and Honorable Ranking Member for Finance, Dr. KCL Atuba Forsen. They have filed the private members' motion. So I'll call on them. They will decide who will lead in moving the motion. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion captured as item 21 on today's order paper be moved now. Mr. Speaker, the motion reads that this Honorable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by the Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020. So, Speaker, this motion has become necessary as a result of the fact that, Speaker, one, in the year 2020, the government of the day called upon us to approve, for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure, an amount of 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, in that motion, in that expenditure, the government said that they wanted us as Parliament to approve for their use for the purposes of what he called the Coronavirus Alleviation Program 1, an amount of 1.2 billion. So, Speaker, that is what this August House was made to approve. But in the media review that was presented to us, the Speaker, clearly this government spent an amount of 8,122 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, this clearly means that out of the 1.2 billion Ghana cedis that was approved by all of us, the government went ahead to spend additional 7 billion Ghana cedis for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditures. Speaker, it will interest you to note that even the amount of 1.2 billion that was approved for the government to spend, the government needed to come back to us as Finance Committee and obviously as a House by giving us the expenditure breakdown of the 1.2 billion that we approved. Speaker, though they spent 1.2 billion Ghana, 8.1 billion Ghana cedis, the government is yet to present a detailed expenditure returns to this August House. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that this is critical, that this House invite or set up a committee by inviting all sector ministers who were given the opportunity to spend an amount for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure. Mr. Speaker, my point is that we cannot.
Just a minute. Deputy Majority Leader, you are on your feet.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to raise a preliminary legal objection to the text and content of the motion before this House. That, Mr. Speaker, this motion in the list is odious, it lacks merit, and it is not founded on one of the tools available to a member of parliament.
Honorable
Yes,
Deputy Majority Leader,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
allow the motion to be placed before the House. Then you now raise your preliminary objection. What you are doing is premature ejaculation. When the House is now seized with the motion, before it's seconded, then you raise preliminary objection. As at now, the House is not seized with the motion. So may you hold your gun.
Mr. Speaker, as you may be well aware, we shall continue to learn at your feet. So, Mr. Speaker, if I got your order correctly, that the preliminary legal objection can only be raised after he's moved his motion, but before it is seconded. I agree with you. Thank you. I take a cue. Thank you. That is the order.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Force.
Mr. Speaker, my point is that, yes, Parliament approved some amount for the purposes of COVID expenditure. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we approved 1.2 billion. In the end, in the year 2020, an amount of 8.1 billion was spent. Mr. Speaker, in the first half of the year 2021, an additional 114 million Ghana cedis was spent. Mr. Speaker, in the second half of the year 2021, we do not have the details as to how much has been spent for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure. Mr. Speaker, it is for the same reason that I'm asking this House that the power of the purse, the oversight on the financial matters is with us. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am calling on this House to be given opportunity so that we can have the chance to evaluate the amount that was spent for COVID-19. Talking of the COVID-19 expenditure, Ghana is not a standalone. A number of countries has initiated probes into how much that money was used for, how much was spent and what it was used for. It is for the same reason that, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on you, Mr. Speaker, to admit that this august House be given an opportunity to investigate or probe the amount that was spent. Speaker, I believe that 8.1 billion Ghana cedis spent for the purposes of COVID-19 is a bit too much. And the details as was given to us in the budget statement, the media review, page 100 of the media review. So, Speaker, the media review tells us that, 1, they spent an amount of 1,055 million Ghana cedis being support to households. Again, they spent an amount of 1,049 million Ghana cedis as health response for the purposes of supplies, equipment, and relief for health workers. Speaker, again, we were told that health infrastructure alone, an amount of 600 million Ghana cedis was spent. In the same budget statement, we were told that security operations, evacuation, and coordination, they spent an amount of 875 million Ghana cedis. Speaker, again, other COVID-19 related expenditures, including economic relief, stabilization, and revitalization, they spent an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, finally, we were told that COVID-19 complementary releases, they spent an amount of 401 million Ghana cedis. In all, in the year 2020 alone, 8.1 billion cedis was spent. Speaker, that is why we members of this House believe that we cannot rely on the Minister response finance alone to account for the use of the COVID-19 expenditure. These expenditures were spent at the sectors. Various ministries spend this money. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to have a committee that will be able to look at the expenditures for COVID-19. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Are you seconded?
Honorable, let the seconder.
The ruling of Right Honorable Speaker was, please, can I finish? No, can we finish and act in good faith? Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, when I earlier raised a preliminary objection, indicated that the timing was wrong. I can only come in after he is done and before it's seconded. I went on my feet. Mr. Speaker, let us be honest with the fact. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I got on my feet again for clarification. That, Mr. Speaker, is it the case that you want the preliminary objection to only be mounted before the secondment? He said yes. That was his ruling. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the time for me to come in. That is the Speaker's ruling.
Go ahead.
As a matter of fact, 2 minutes ago, why do you want to argue it? Mr. Speaker, we can play the voice.
Can I be guided by the standing orders? What do the standing orders say? At what point is a motion before the House? So I want to be addressed by the leadership on the standing orders, the rules, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, let me say that the Speaker never made such ruling. He said, let it be before the House. And Mr. Speaker, when you come to our standing orders, and to be precise, Order 81, unless otherwise provided in these orders, every motion, unless made at the second reading or consideration stage of a bill, must be seconded. And if it's not seconded, shall not be debated or entered into the vote and proceedings. So, Mr. Speaker, until the matter is seconded, he cannot debate it. That's our standing orders, and it's very clear. So, Mr. Speaker, he's either seconding the motion, or he should allow those who want to second the motion to do that. Then when it is before the House, then whatever debate he may want to have, then he can get the opportunity to do it. But because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the admissibility of motions, we've gone past that stage. Yes. Because if you file a motion, it is the prerogative of Mr. Speaker to admit or not to admit the motion. And once it's admitted, it can, on the floor, if you want to make any comment about it, when it is moved, it has to be seconded first, then it is then before the House, then it gives you the opportunity to debate it. Any other thing to do before it is seconded, Mr. Speaker, is grossly out of order. And I will be very grateful if Mr. Speaker will be guided by Order 81. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on the same provision, Order 81. And for the avoidance of doubt, repeat the words and everything contained therein. Unless otherwise provided in these orders, every motion, unless made at the second reading or consideration stage of a bill, must be seconded, and if not seconded, not to be debated or entered into the vote and proceedings. Wait, Mr. Speaker, before the motion is seconded, it is our duty to determine the propriety of the motion. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet raising a preliminary objection regarding the propriety of the motion. This is not new in this House. And Mr. Speaker, for the records, I did so, and Mr. Speaker ruled. The records can just be given out. The voice is there. The record can just be given out. Nobody should pretend that Mr. Speaker did not rule that I can only come in after he is done with his motion, but before it is seconded. Mr. Speaker, the right time to raise the preliminary objection to this motion is now. Mr. Speaker ruled, and Mr. Speaker was clear. I deliberately got up to ask Mr. Speaker to clarify his ruling, and Mr. Speaker clarified. It is not an hour ago, some few minutes ago. So, Mr. Speaker, I do insist that per the ruling of Mr. Speaker, this is the right time for me to raise objection. If they want to challenge Mr. Speaker's ruling, they know what to do.
Let me hear another person. Or very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, probably some of our colleagues need to go back for orientation on the standing orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, I make reference to Order 79, where it talks about the steps that a motion needs to take before it can even be admitted. And Mr. Speaker, in order not to bore you with all the reading, it just says 79(4). Every notice shall be submitted to Mr. Speaker, who shall direct that it be printed in its original terms or with such amendment as or that it is be returned to the member submitting it as being inadmissible. So it is only Mr. Speaker that can determine that this motion is to be admitted or not to be admitted. And if you want for better education, you can go and start reading from 79, 1, 2, and 3. All the processes, how you can get it to the clerk, whether it is at the commencement, whether it is after commencement, whether we are sitting, whether we are not sitting, all those things are there. But the admissibility of this motion will go past that state because Mr. Speaker has ordered it to be printed onto the order paper. So the issue about its admissibility is over because Mr. Speaker is the only one that determines that. Where we are, it is for it to be on the floor. And a motion before the House, as I read in 81, will have to be moved, seconded. If you have any other thing to say about it, then you can come out with it. But at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the prerogative is yours, and I'm very mindful, I'm very grateful that I'll be very grateful if you use our standing orders to make and pave way for us to be able to continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Can I listen to another person? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to some of the issues raised. Honourable Speaker, it is by election that we are here. And it is by election that we have a speaker who is supposed to be like a judge. A couple of minutes ago, before you took the seat, the Speaker of this House ruled that he had come too quickly, referring to my leader here, and that it is when somebody is about to second the motion that he should rise and listen. Oh, please, sir. Please, yes. All my life, I've been training with my ears. I don't have a hoe. The whole of my life, it is only my ears that I used to train. And I want to tell you what happened here. That when the motion is moved and you have an objection as to the proprietary nature of the motion, it's not talking about admissibility. Let's forget about admissibility. That I have a fundamental issue with the motion. You can raise that fundamental issue after it is removed, but not when it has been seconded. So when it is so seconded, then it becomes a matter for debate. So he's raising a fundamental issue that this motion is stillborn and that we cannot proceed with it. I don't see why we shouldn't permit him to raise the fundamental issue. And then when the speaker looks at it and is overruled, he's overruled. But to say that he shouldn't raise the issue because it should be seconded and debated, and whatever you say about the motion, you can say it. I don't think that's a proper way of doing business in this house. So, right now, Speaker, permit him to raise a preliminary objection. And if the motion should fall flat, then we don't have to debate it. Because there's a foundational issue he wants to bring for our consumption. So please listen to him. It is very important we listen to him.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this matter, as far as we are concerned, a motion have been admitted by Mr. Speaker in accordance with our standing orders, which motion is for the House to constitute a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the minority caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by Ghana government in relation to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our standing orders, the Honorable Atu Forson, our ranking member of finance, have moved the motion. It is only right that the motion is seconded, then a full-blown debate will be accommodated on it. Then after it, Mr. Speaker, we can take a decision. The 1992 Constitution itself is premised on transparency and accountability. What we are seeking is to shine the light on how COVID expenditure was spent. If after seconding the motion, the Deputy Minority Leader has any objection, the Deputy Majority Leader is free to state it. But, Mr. Speaker, we have long passed where he is. The motion has been admitted, the motion has been moved. What is required of us now is for the motion to be seconded. Objection to what? Propriety of what? Which motion? Is there a motion why it is not seconded? Mr. Speaker, I will shortly even leave evidence that a number of times I, Haruna Idrisu, sitting here, have been told that sit and wait until the motion is seconded. Quote, with the majority leader, I'm going to get in touch with Table and Hansard. We will give you copious report on that. So, Mr. Speaker, what are you afraid of? A probe or investigation into COVID and its expenditure when the World Bank gave you over 1 billion? Mr. Speaker, all we are asking for is a committee to probe it. So let's proceed further. After the secondment of the motion, you are free to contribute to it and even raise objection that you don't support it, but you cannot stop this motion. Be assured, you cannot stop this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, our duty as members of Parliament is to respect the chair and the rulings of the chair, however unpalatable they may be. Less than 10 minutes ago, Mr. Speaker made a ruling on this matter. And for that, you see, they will never keep quiet when the other side is speaking. You want to listen to only yourselves. Mr. Speaker, Order 5 and 6 address my point on the decision of Speaker when it comes to interpretation of our rules. For the time being, Mr. Speaker's ruling is that my preliminary objection as to the propriety of the motion can only be mounted after the motion has been moved, but before same is seconded. That is the position of Mr. Speaker. Nothing can be done otherwise, and I'm proceeding to raise my preliminary objection as to the propriety of this motion. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be sacrificed. If they are against Right Honorable Speaker's ruling, they should file a motion or notice to challenge him. That is what he says. They cannot take advantage of his absence to deliberately say that is not what Mr. Speaker said. It was the reason why I deliberately got on my feet again to seek clarification, and Mr. Speaker affirmed that I can only come before it is seconded. So it's not a matter of coming in under Order 81. It's not a matter of waiting to debate. This matter is not right for debate. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that the time to raise the preliminary objection is now, because that is the ruling of Mr. Speaker, and nothing more can be done. If they want to challenge Mr. Speaker, they should file a motion.
Honourable members, I've heard enough. Practically, I've not been told anything other than what is in Order 81. In fact, what I heard Mr. Speaker say was that the motion is not seconded, thing before the House. That is what I heard Mr. Speaker say. Until it is seconded. And Honourable members, I've looked at Order 79 up to 1. The motion has been admitted by Mr. Speaker. It is advertised. Now it is moved. When it is seconded, then the honourable member who wishes to raise an objection is entitled to raise all the legal arguments about its validity or otherwise. So, Honourable Chief Whip, you may now. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have integrity issues here. With respect, No. Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the deputy leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we in this house have our integrity to protect. I would not attempt to say that which Mr. Speaker has not said. Mr. Speaker, you may have heard differently, but recognize the fact that Mr. Speaker left the chamber to get in. And Mr. Speaker, I pray you that let us call for the records now. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker never said I can only raise a preliminary objection after it's been seconded. Mr. Speaker, I would not lie, and I would want to call Speaker with respect. Mr. Speaker, that was a ruling. Let us play back. That's why I got up again for the second time. That Mr. Speaker, do you mean that I can only come in before it's seconded? I said, yes, the records are there. I will not litigate it if I know I'm not on terra firma. I will not. That is the ruling. But if, Mr. Speaker, you are setting aside the Right Honourable Speaker's ruling, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem. But, Mr. Speaker, for the record, his ruling was that I could only come in after he's done with his motion. But before, Mr. Speaker, let's play back. Mr. Speaker, let's play back. Let's suspend the House and play back so that we'll be fair to all ourselves. Because you yourself say, this is what you heard. I'm saying something different. They're saying something different. Mr. Speaker, 30 minutes of suspension to clear the record will not hurt. Mr. Speaker, 30 minutes of suspension will not hurt. Let's go back. Mr. Speaker is not far away from here. He himself can be called for him to say what he said.
Thank you, honourable members. I asked the leaders to guide me on the rules. Now there's disagreement as to what Mr. Speaker said. I said what I heard. I never said what you said. I said what I heard. I may have heard wrongly. I was on my way here. But I would have wished that somebody would point it out to me that there's anything different from Order 81 which should guide the proceedings. And so my ruling is that the motion has been admitted and it is on the other paper. It's been moved. When it is seconded, unless it is seconded, then it is not a motion. That is what our standing order says. Then it has to be taken off. It's not even recorded as happened in the House. But if it is not seconded, then what are you responding to? Because the rule is that unless it is seconded, it is not even happened. It has not happened. So what are you responding to? So my ruling is that let it be seconded. After that, the objection can be held. And so that I so rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this Honourable House constitute a bipartisan parliamentary committee to be chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by the government of Ghana or Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020. Mr. Speaker, why are we calling for this thorough investigation? Mr. Speaker, as you may recollect, and as the mover of the motion rightly stated, in 2020, when this outbreak hit our country, the Ministry of Finance took steps to come to this house to request this house to approve a number of loans and agreements to help government deal with the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, it's been over a year now, or even over 2 years now. So many things have happened. And Mr. Speaker, to date, if you ask various persons and individuals in government, how much money have we even spent as a country over COVID? So, Speaker, depending on who you are speaking to, you get a different figure. So, Speaker, if you look at the mid-year budget review of 2021, you will have a table, Appendix 4B, titled Funding Sources for the 2020 budget following the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And you have a series of sources that gives you a total of 19.3 billion as monies that have been received. Mr. Speaker, when you ask how these monies were spent, it is scattered all over the budget, and sometimes it's very difficult for anyone to be able to place his hand on what truly happened at which sector. I'll just give you some few examples, Mr. Speaker, because it is our hope that this honorable house will set up this committee. We want to believe that the much details will come out when the investigation happens. For example, in the media review, it is alleged, or the Ministry of Finance to have spent about 16.8 billion. And this 16.8 billion was to support the budget for 2021. And Mr. Speaker, IMF gave 5.8 billion. That's, I'm quoting from page 99 of the media review, Appendix 4B. IMF gave a total of 5.8 billion. African Development Bank gave a total of $405 million US. European Union gave $504 million US. Government of Ghana itself, through bonds, also raised about 10 billion. Of this 16.8 billion, if you go to the expenditure framework of the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, they could only account for about 600 million during the budget hearing. And when we were asked whether they knew, they said no, that's all they can account for, that's all what they know, and that's all they can speak to. Of the 16.8, they said they could only speak to only 600 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the Ministry of Foreign Affairs appeared before the Committee of Foreign Affairs in this house, there was an expenditure against COVID of 65,733,885 Ghana cedis. And when they were asked to account for it, they said that they never spent it. Foreign Affairs said they never spent that money. It was only placed in their budget, in their name. They don't know who spent it. And the Speaker, if you recollect, during the budget hearing, this was one of the issues that came out during the debate. Mr. Speaker, when you take the Ministry of Health, some of the details they gave during the budget committee, you have an expenditure like nose masks. They spent 107,703,850 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 107 million Ministry of Health claims have used to spend on nose masks. Mr. Speaker, if you come to hand sanitizers, it is indicated that they spent 254.8 million Ghana cedis. 254. I mean, you've asked whether we were buffing the sanitizers. And this expenditure is against hand sanitizers in the details of the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, when it came to tissue papers in managing COVID, Ministry of Health claimed to have spent 197.6 million Ghana cedis in buying tissue papers to manage COVID alone. So, Mr. Speaker, it can go on and on and on. And Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting things is that the Ministry of Health claimed that to do conferences that are related to COVID alone, they spent 32 million for meetings. Mr. Speaker, at the time that all of us were doing Zoom, and we all know the cost of there were no traveling, there were no external traveling, even internally, not too many people were to come together, yet the Ministry of Health claims to have spent 32 million Ghana cedis for meetings alone. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way the expenditures are going, in terms of the food that were distributed and what have you, it is only proper that this House, as the representative of the people, and in line with the constitutional provisions, to go into the details of these expenditures to be able to ascertain how these resources were utilized. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is part of the problem that we have today, that we spend close to over 20 billion Ghana cedis in managing, and yet, when you want the details and how these monies were spent, almost all the ministries, everybody keeps running away from the detailed expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we can only get this settled if there's a committee. Mr. Speaker, I know there will be a curiosity about why do you want a member of the minority to chair the committee? Mr. Speaker, it is simple. This is about playing oversight on government. And Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House are very much aware that over the years, when it comes to oversight, this House, all of us are guilty of it. We virtually leave it and we relegated it to the minority. It is for that reason that we ourselves have said that the Public Accounts Committee of that House should be chaired by the members opposite to government. Mr. Speaker, it is in line with that we are calling that a member from the minority chairs this committee, and probably our suggestion is that it should be a 7-member committee. Let the majority have 3 members and the majority have 4, so that this House will be able to do its work diligently and be able to hold government accountable for all the monies that have been approved for their expenditure, so that they can account for these monies very well. So, Mr. Speaker, without going into the very fine details, I want to urge this House that we should remember that all these things that we keep doing, when anytime it comes to accountability, then we play politics. It is NDC, NPP, it is we and them, you and us. You are either with us or against us. If we don't stop this attitude, we could just see where our country is moving. We can just see where our country is moving. Mr. Speaker, we need to salvage our country and we need to do it together. Speaker, I'm calling for this House to adopt and constitute this committee so that we'll be able to investigate this thing into real details, so that at least some lessons could be learned from how these monies were spent, because it was hardly spent and the quantums are huge. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, it is my hope that members will unanimously support the formation of this committee so that we can get these details. I therefore second this motion, ably moved by Honorable Dr. Atu Forson, ranking on finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, I shall now proceed with my preliminary objection to the propriety of the motion for you to rule on. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt on my mind that as Parliament, we have a duty by an imperative of the Constitution to exercise oversight. But again, the same Constitution has provisions that specifically mandate some institutions to do certain work. It is my contention that per the argument of the applicant in this House, all the issues he has raised, giving rise to his prayer, falls squarely under Article 187 of the Constitution. And to the extent that those matters he has raised fall squarely under 187, Mr. Speaker, I dare say and submit that we are not seized with the jurisdiction constitute that committee he seeks to ask us to do. Mr. Speaker, what the applicant tried telling us was that certain approvals were made, public funds were spent, and during media review, they saw some over expenditure, they saw certain figures, and they are not comfortable with it, and those figures don't add up. The honorable gentleman from Asawase, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, who seconded the motion, also reiterated the same point. If these are their concerns, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that an attempt to immediately proceed on that path would amount to usurping the powers of the Auditor General as contained under Article 187. For the avoidance of that, Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed to read Article 187. There shall be an Auditor General of Ghana, whose office shall be a public office. 2. The public account of Ghana and of all public offices, including the courts, the central and local government administrations of the universities and public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or other body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported on by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Kesilatu Fawcett, on his feet, argued that the funds were not spent by one ministry. These funds were spent by ministries, agencies. Mr. Speaker, let me even proceed to clause 5. The Auditor General, in 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in clause 2 of this article relates, submits its report to Parliament, and shall in that report draw attention to any irregularities in the account. Mr. Speaker, emphasis mine. Audited, and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the question is whether or not the matters being raised by them for us to consider have already been determined by the Auditor General. They are raising issues of irregularity. To them, the accounts are not regular. To them, the expenditure do not add up. But the question is, are these concerns not premature? Are we not taking away the constitutional mandate of the Auditor General? Mr. Speaker, it is my submission, with the greatest respect, that this invitation must not be accepted by us. He is leading us, Honorable Atufosi, is leading us into a certain plateau of confusion. Is leading this house into a certain plateau of confusion. A place of nowhere. We cannot entertain that. The Auditor General has this mandate to look at the account. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, I would read it once more. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in clause 2 of this article relates, submit its report to Parliament, and shall in the report draw attention to any irregularities. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that government institutions have denied the Auditor General access to their records? Is it the case that government is refusing to allow the Auditor General to do its work? Is it the case that the Auditor General report on the subject matter of which certain irregularities have been raised? Even so, such a report will go to the Public Account Committee, chaired by the minority through its able Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable James Kluche Aveji. And there is a committee headed by you, Honorable Kluche Aveji, Mr. Speaker, so there is nothing to hide. A moment ago, you were directing me to due process. Due process. You were saying that we should move step by step. There's a constitutional imperative here. You are alleging irregularities, and you want Parliament to constitute an ad hoc committee to do that which a constitutional pillar is mandated to do. Mr. Speaker, what you are inviting us to do has never been the intent of the framers of the Constitution. Two, Mr. Speaker, granted without admitting that, Mr. Speaker, ground of objection does not even find favor with you and the House. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have a select committee on health who have a bona fide responsibility to look into the expenditure and activities of the various ministries. That is why they are there to oversight. Mr. Speaker, if the contention of the applicant is that we are dealing with various ministries, then the question is that the various committee leadership, what are they doing? Is there any document before them of which government agency is denying them access? Mr. Speaker, the committees have approved the expenditure for 2022. We did committee hearing by consensus. We came here to approve the expenditure. Where were they? The very issues that we are contending. If it's not for mischief, what else? Mr. Speaker, 3. Honorable Kesel Atro-Fawcett, my very respected friend, knows that he has some tools available at his disposal. Order 66, 67. You can file a question if you say there were some irregularities. For the record, you've not asked any question regarding COVID-19 expenditure. You have not asked any question. That is why I dare say that your application is being mounted in bad faith. If you believe that agencies of government have misapplied, have failed to properly account for, why haven't you filed a question specifically aimed at a minister? That will give you the required result. So, Mr. Speaker, I dare contend again that until that tool is exhausted, this application in its form and shape, and in fact in substance, is in bad faith. It is only part of the partisan politicking and nothing more. It is part of your partisan politics and nothing more. It is not for the good of Ghanaians. It is aimed at confusing Ghanaians, misleading Ghanaians, and creating certain impressions about this government. Because you know that you could not promise free SHS. This government has promised and delivered. You know that this government, in terms of infrastructure, has done all it can to improve on the livelihood of Ghanaians. And you know that there's a 2024 elections. This is political. You know that the investment that government is making in the private sector, and that is causing you heart attack, headaches, and you want to find a way of misleading Ghanaians. You know, Mr. Speaker, this motion must not in any way be entertained. Mr. Speaker, this preliminary legal objection must be ruled upon by you. You must uphold my submission and throw them out, Mr. Speaker. Dismiss it in limine. So, Mr. Speaker, they will be advised on the proper steps to take. If we allow them to even proceed any further, Mr. Speaker, we'll be setting a certain precedent that this House can never contain in future. We want to render the work of our select committees odious. Is that what we want to do? We want to disable our own tools as parliamentarians. We want to go partisan on all issues of national importance. We are not concerned about the roads that government needs e-levy to fix them so that all of us will get happy? Is that not what we want? We are no more concerned about the unemployment situation. That government is seeking to invest monies in the private sector for the young entrepreneurs to find work to do. You are no more interested, but you are interested in rather confusing Ghanaians and creating a certain impression that the work of the Auditor General under Article 187, which work is yet to be completed, you want to say that there should be a committee to investigate what? Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I submit that the motion is inappropriate. The motion has not been properly mounted. The content of the motion is being mounted in bad faith. The motion, if considered by this House, would amount to undermine a constitutional authority given to the Auditor General under Article 187, and on that score alone, the standing orders of this House must give way to Article 187. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. No, Mr. Speaker, a preliminary objection have been raised. Even before I speak to the motion, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to the text of the motion. And Mr. Speaker, the text of the motion reads that this Honorable House constitute a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the minority caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by Ghana government in relation to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the words there are to I. May I, with respect, Mr. Speaker, refer you to the very constitution my colleague relied on by referring you to Article 103 of the 1992 Constitution. It provides, and Mr. Speaker, for this purpose, I'm relying on Article 103.3. Committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiry may extend to proposals for legislation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this motion is reference made to the word audit. Nowhere in this motion. This motion, the wording are clear. Give words their ordinary meaning. It is only when the primary meaning of words leads to absurdity that is when you employ other words. Article 103.3. But Mr. Speaker, suffice it to add, I'm coming back to his own article he relied on, Article 187. And Mr. Speaker, he says that this House should not proceed because of Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, 1877. In the performance of its functions under this Constitution or any other law, the Auditor General shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. So it is not for us to direct or control what the Auditor General ought to do. But Mr. Speaker, even still there, you quoted Article 187, and then you quoted Article 187.5. Let's go to 187.5. The Auditor General shall, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, to which each of the accounts mentioned in clause 2 of this article relates, submit his report to Parliament. We are in 2022. 2020 lapsed. Therefore, the preceding year into 2021, Where is the Auditor General report on COVID-related expenditure?
On
COVID-related expenditure. On COVID. No, I said 2020. I said no, I quoted you. Mr. Speaker, you said within 6 months. So 2020 have lapsed. If preceding year would have been mid-year of 2021, I have not come across any dedicated report on COVID expenditure by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the only way we can fight graft and corruption is to shine light on public expenditure, particularly reckless and irresponsible expenditure. We are only asking for a full-scale public inquiry into how COVID resources were spent, nothing more. We are asking for a public sitting where the citizens of Ghana will hear how money dedicated to COVID was spent by the ruling administration. Is this what for which we have been told that technically don't go there, leave it to the Auditor General? Mr. Speaker, I'm holding with me here the budget statement, page 47 of the Government of Ghana for 2020 financial year. In paragraph 168, this is what the Minister of Finance said. This brings total COVID-19 related expenditures to 2.646 billion, 2,646 million, against a target of 2.877 million. Yet, as we probed the expenditure of ministries department, we could not get this expenditure accounted for. The reason we are calling for an inquiry into how COVID expenditure was made, whether it was used to procure PPEs or sanitizers or facilitate Zoom meetings. We have been told how much money was spent on Zoom, and it's only Ghana we spent that colossal sum of money for purpose of Zoom meetings. So, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the expenditure of this same budget, it is accounted for, and as was related by earlier speakers, one will be at a loss why this House will not unanimously support an inquiry into COVID-related expenditure. The Auditor General will do his work anyway, but as I said, he is not subject to our direction or control. But I agree that he's an ally of Parliament. But I said you quoted Article 187. So given that 2020 we needed an Auditor General report on it, the preceding period will have been mid-year into 2021. We are almost going half year into 2022. And Mr. Speaker, our donors are interested in how we spend COVID money. The World Bank representative in Ghana is reported to have said that some 2.871 million, 2.87 billion, representing about $435 million was spent on COVID. Where is the money? How was it used? How was it spent? We need to know. The World Bank also gave us two allocations of $1 billion. In today's exchange rate, 6.6 billion. So as the Honorable Whip related, even just the exchange rate regime is worth proving. Let's know. You got money from IMF, you got from AFDB, all of it in hard foreign currency. A probe will reveal how much the Minister for Finance changed the AFD money of 405 million. Using the same exchange rate regime he announced in his budget statement for our purposes, so that we would know how much accrued from the exchange of that money. The European Union wants us to account how we spend their money. As for Bank of Ghana and others, as he also related, even in raising board money. So, Mr. Speaker, we have gone through a pandemic of a crisis. We have not healed totally from COVID, but we are simply, and Mr. Speaker, let me end by referring you to the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. The preamble, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we are simply asking for a 7-member committee chaired by the minority. They contribute members to it. And Mr. Speaker, the preamble to the Constitution, it states, and for today's purposes, I quote, "In the exercise of our natural and inalienable right to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves the prosperity, the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity." Mr. Speaker, it goes to say, and in solemn freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. We demand probity and accountability to all COVID-related expenditure in order that the Ghanaian public already sent Ghana. Even today, Ghana Integrity Initiative is launching a report damning revelations. So this House, as the representatives of the people, which has the power of oversight, must be interested in how the public money is spent and the value of that expenditure. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, will urge you that my colleague's objection is misplaced and incompetent and therefore should be dismissed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is a private member's motion before us, which reads that this Honorable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the minority caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by the Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020. The Speaker, the motion has been moved and seconded. A plenary objection has been raised about the competence of the motion. I hear people trying to justify, subsequent to the raising of the plenary objection, the need or the rationalization for the motion.
Honorable Leader, a moment, please. Having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Yes, Speaker, so I believe that where we are now, I thought the issue would be for the Speaker to rule on the plenary objection raised. And for space has been given and vent has been given to the need for or the rationalization for the motion that has been moved. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we need to rule on the plenary objection. But just for the record, I think it's important that I relate to some of the issues raised by my colleague, especially the minority leader. The Speaker, he raised issues relating to Article 103(1). Mr. Speaker, and it says, Parliament shall appoint standing committees and other committees as may be necessary for the effective discharge of its functions. And the three, and that is one. The Speaker, the standing committees shall be appointed at the first meeting of Parliament after the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers. And 3 says, committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments, as Parliament may determine, and such investigations and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation. The Speaker, the issue that I want to relate to is the matter relating to the functions of the committees that we establish. It should never be construed that the function of oversight is the preserve of the Public Accounts Committee. It is not. All the committees have the responsibility to do that. So if the purpose of this, the Speaker, the rationalization of this is that it should be chaired by a member of the minority because the Public Accounts Committee is so constructed. The Speaker, nothing could be so unfortunate an argument. All the committees have that responsibility. It is not only the Public Accounts Committee. So for anybody to suggest that because of the construct of the Public Accounts Committee, this committee, that is what you say in mischief. Now he's saying that, oh, it's not up to date. It's not enough. Mr. Speaker, so I fail to see the rationalization of this. Mr. Speaker, our orders provide.
Honorable Leader, hold on. Yes, are you on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to draw the House's attention to the suggestion that we have some of these provisions already captured in the budget. If you listen to the submission that was made,
are you on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a point of order. I'm just saying.
Point of order, go to the.
If you are patient with me, Mr. Speaker, I'll raise the point that I seek to make. The minority leader in his submission pointed to agencies that are already calling for audit. One of such agencies he pointed to was Send Ghana. Send Ghana has actually published that some of the provisions in the budget do not match the expenditure, and it is clearly the reason why, Mr. Speaker, this is important.
You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, that's the point of argument. There is no point of order. It's a point of debate. It's no point of order. And I believe that people should learn the rules in this House. Mr. Speaker, now it's now being conceded that these expenditures are covered in the appendices of the budget. Mr. Speaker, our orders provide in order 67H, and this is an inquiry that is being sought. 67H provides 1H, Speaker, that questions must comply with the following conditions. H says, a question shall not be asked, the answer to which is readily available in official publications. Mr. Speaker, somebody is asking whether this is a question. What do you understand by a question? What do you understand by a question? Mr. Speaker, let me avert his mind to the meaning of question. You think that question is just when the person comes to stand here to answer questions. Mr. Speaker, question for his elucidation means except in respect of question time or period or a question of privileges, it means a proposal presented to Parliament or committee thereof by the Speaker or Chairman of the committee for consideration and decision and disposal in a matter. A motion in this regard is a question, if you don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, people don't even appreciate the standing orders. They don't even appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, so the answer to this exists in official publications. And Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the budget application. So this is an abuse of our processes because the answer that you seek already exists in the official publication, which is the budget. Mr. Speaker, I mean to how many people read the budget. You are required to read the budget. It's an official publication. It's your charge. It's your charge. So if you don't read it, then you come and say that the information provided is inadequate. My goodness. Mr. Speaker, now why should the committee be chaired by the minority member in Parliament. Why? My colleague read Article 103(5) and also outstanding orders, which provides that in constituting committees, the numerical strength of the caucuses should reflect. Why are you saying that it should be for what reason? That's why you suggested that because of the construct of the Public Accounts Committee, we should let this committee, that is if what's the story of the caucuses? The story of the caucuses, if anybody likes it or not, is 138, 137. That's the story of the caucuses. What is the numerical strength of the members in this house? What's the numerical strength? Is it 137 plus 137? Is 274? No. So what is it? We're talking about the caucuses. Mr. Speaker, in every parliament, the majority is determined by the strength of caucuses, not just political parties. And I thought that is very rudimentary. That is very rudimentary. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report for 2020. Mr. Speaker, then because they are talking about Article 187, the minority leader was at pains to read the imperatives of Article 187. Mr. Speaker, let him read Article 187. And he stopped. I don't want to believe that it was deliberate. He stopped at 187.6. 107.5. Mr. Speaker, now let's read 5 and 7. Why did you omit 187.6? Why did you omit that? Why did you omit that? Mr. Speaker, let me read 187.6 for him. It says, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, when necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. For now, the Public Accounts Committee, the report has come to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is for the committee to interrogate it and bring their response to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, is this motion intended? Is it intended to jumpstart the imperatives of Article 187?
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader, are you on the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is mentioning a report that is before the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, there is no report on COVID-related expenditure before the Public Accounts Committee. So you should not mention Public Accounts Committee because there is no report before us. There is no report on COVID-related expenditure before the committee. So let me draw your attention to it so you correct yourself. Meanwhile, what we are asking for is not an audit. We don't have the power to audit. We have power of an inquiry. You should understand the word inquiry, not audit. The Public Accounts Committee, the Auditor General under Article 187 has the power to audit. Audit for her. Look at the text of the motion.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, not do inquiry. The charge of the Public Accounts Committee and indeed of the Auditor General is set out in Article 187, and it relates to auditing ministries, departments, agencies, including what is omitted, constitutional creatures. That will include Parliament and the judiciary. It will include the constitutional creatures like Electoral Commission, NCC, and all those commissions. That is not even explicit in the Constitution. But the Auditor General has the responsibility to audit the accounts in whatever way these expenditures have been, Mr. Speaker, done, and report to Parliament. After the reports have come to Parliament and we have interrogated same, if there are any malfeasances that we establish, then we establish a committee to deal with it. For now, we have not even done that. For now, this Parliament has not even done that. What's the intent of this? To jumpstart the imperatives of Article 1876? Is that what you intend to do? To undermine the constitutional imperative?
to undermine the constitutional imperative. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I'm saying that this really has the purpose of mischief. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I can't really understand this. I can't understand this. So, Mr. Speaker, mind it about this. I said, where we are, a preliminary objection has been raised. We need a ruling from you. Mr. Speaker, and for accountability and transparency, it is what this House must stand for. Mr. Speaker, but it must not be done using unorthodox means. It must not be done using unorthodox means. That's the purpose of this. That's the purpose of this motion. Resorting to unorthodox and partisanship, extreme partisanship. That will not be tolerated in this House. Speaker, in that regard, I come back, I recline to the position advocated by the Deputy Majority Leader. This House is governed by rules and laws. The Speaker, we are appealing to the application of the law, not unorthodox and extreme partisanship. That's it. Extreme partisanship. They are raising 2024. The Speaker, this dress rehearsal for 2024. This dress rehearsal for 2024. For the years ahead. Yeah, we know. It cannot be entertained in this House. At all. The Speaker, I invite you to rule on the preliminary objection. Yes. To rule on the acceptability of the motion. The Speaker, that's where we are. I thank you very much. Yeah.
Honourable members, I've been invited to rule on the preliminary objection raised by the Deputy Majority Leader. If I understand the preliminary objection correctly, it seems to suggest that the motion ought not have been admitted. Therefore, it questions the propriety of the motion before the House. And in presenting the preliminary objection, the honourable member draws the House's attention to the constitutional imperatives. Now, let me start by looking at the motion before the House. It's numbered item 21, and it reads that this Honourable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in the year 2020. So, I would have thought that for a bipartisan committee, or by whatever name we call it, we will be referring to Order 191, a special or ad hoc committees, since a bipartisan committee is neither a select committee or a standing committee. So let me read Order 191 for our guidance. The House may at any time, by motion, appoint or ad hoc committee to investigate any matter of public importance, to consider any bill that does not come under the jurisdiction of any of the standing or select committees of the House. A matter of public importance or a bill which does not come under the jurisdiction of any of the standing or select committees of the House. And I think that should be the guiding principle. The matters that we are called upon to set a committee to investigate, can we say they do not come under select or standing committees of the House? in my view, it falls squarely within the Public Accounts Committee. And indeed, all the committees of the House, including the Public Accounts Committee, are bipartisan. And the Public Accounts Committee, by nature, is designed to be chaired by the minority. So in all its forms, and all the questions related to the Public Accounts Committee, if it is minded to investigate anything related to the COVID expenditure, it fully stays with the authority and the power to investigate that, particularly because all the accounting of it have been provided for in the budget, which budget has been presented before the House, and it is before the committee anyway. My view is that this motion ought not to have been admitted and is improperly before the House. I so rule. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what you have done is to simply say that our Standing Order 79, where the powers rest of Mr. Speaker about the admissibility of motions, is being overruled by you sitting in the chair. Is that why you are saying that after a motion has been debated, it will not be put to question? Well, there will be interesting days ahead of us. Since this is your understanding of how, after a motion has been debated, questions will not be called for, but Speaker can rule to push that motion off the floor when 79 has been duly used to admit it. I think posterity will judge this your ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in your ruling, you mentioned that this is what the motion is seeking to do is something that falls squarely under the Public Accounts Committee. That the Public Accounts Committee can do the investigation. So, Speaker, I just want to be clear in my mind that that is the position that you use to rule on the motion. If that is the case, I want to be clear, so that if I take action as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, nobody comes back to challenge me. Thank you.
Honorable Member, the answer will come. You have the exact words and you can use it as pleases you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
I just want the clarification that that is what you meant. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the rule is that you can't place something on nothing. The Public Account Committee, before it is seized with any jurisdiction, would have received the Auditor General's report. So you definitely will receive report regarding general expenditure for you to take action. Mr. Speaker, we thank you for your ruling. God bless you. Mr. Speaker, may you have a long life.
Can we go to the next item, please? Having done with the motion, what next?
Statement. Mr. Speaker, statement. Mr. Speaker, statement.
Very well. Honourable members, statements. There are a number of statements before me. The first one to be taken is a statement by the Honourable Member for Clotte constituency, Honourable Dr. Zanito Ajman Rollins. You may read your statement, please. Honourable Dr. Zanito Ajman Rollins, you may read your statement. Honourable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Honourable members, order while the honourable member reads a statement. Honourable Zaneto, are you ready to read your statement?
Right, Honourable Speaker, if I could crave your indulgence to grant me a few minutes to actually get the hard copies of the statement to be distributed. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the floor. It's not there. I'm not looking for it here. Right, Honourable Speaker, if I may crave your indulgence to grant me 2 minutes to actually get my statement in order.
Should I call another statement?
Yes, please.
Very well.
Thank you.
The next statement is in the name of the honourable member for Jomoro constituency. Is he here? The honourable member for Jomoro. Very well. The honourable member for Amasaman, Honourable Frifa Mensah, is he here? Yes, you may read your statement.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity given me to deliver a statement on taxation and its associated benefits to every economy, including Ghana. Mr. Speaker, taxation could be explained as the imposition of compulsory levies on individuals or entities by government. Taxations are levied on every citizen in almost every country of the world, primarily to raise revenue for government expenditure, although they serve other purposes as well. Mr. Speaker, during the 19th century, the prevalent idea was that taxes should serve mainly to finance government expenditure. In earlier times, Mr. Speaker, and again today, government have utilized taxation for other things other than merely fiscal policies and purposes. Mr. Speaker, in modern economies, taxes continue to be the most important source of governmental revenue. Taxes differ from other sources of revenue in that they are compulsory levies and are unrequited. That is, they are generally not paid in exchange for some specific things, such as a particular public service, the sale of public property, or the issuance of public debt. While taxes are presumably collected for the welfare of taxpayers as a whole, the individual taxpayers The individual taxpayer's liability is independent of any specific benefit received. Nevertheless, the payments are mostly compulsory, and the link to benefit is sometimes quite weak. Mr. Speaker, there are two main types of taxes, that is direct and indirect. Direct taxes are primarily taxes on natural persons, example, individuals, and they are typically based on the taxpayer's ability to pay as measured by income, consumption, or net worth. Mr. Speaker, indirect taxes are levied on the production or consumption of goods and services or transactions, including imports and exports. Examples include general and selective sales tax, value-added tax, tax on aspects of manufacturing or production, taxes on legal transactions, or customs or import duties. Mr. Speaker, there are three categories of taxes: proportional, progressive, and regressive taxes. Taxes can be distinguished by the effect they have on the distribution of income and wealth. A proportional tax imposes the same relative burden on all taxpayers, that is, where tax liabilities are in equal proportion. A progressive tax, Mr. Speaker, is characterized by more than proportional rise in the tax liability relative to the increase in income, and regressive tax is characterized by a less than proportional rise in the relative burden. Thus, progressive tax are seen as reducing inequalities in income distribution, whereas regressive taxes can have the effect of increasing these inequalities. Mr. Speaker, history of taxes in Ghana. In the olden days, in our traditional communities, we were told how citizens contributed gold, silver, diamonds, among other variables, to the authorities for the development of their various traditional communities. Kingdoms such as the Asante, Denchira, Dagomba, Gan, to mention just a few, collected taxes from their defeated kingdoms and subjects in the form of gold, silver, and sometimes humans. In villages and typical communities, rural communities, depending upon their cultural beliefs, if a hunter kills a deer or any big animal, the right limbs of the animal is given to the chief or the head of the traditional area where the animal was killed. It must be emphasized, Mr. Speaker, that the traditional ruler or the chief who benefited from the limb of the animal did not contribute anything to the hunters yet, but he benefited from it. Right Honorable Speaker, one failure to join communal labor when I was growing up in my village was a serious offense. Communal labor can be likened to taxation in these modern times. Giving something for the development of our communities started long ago, and day in and day out, there are allegations. These, Mr. Speaker, are examples of how people of old contributed to the community and by extension, nation building, and we in modern societies must embrace this participatory approach of contributing to the development of our nation. Taxes are used to improve societies, and effort must be made to capture everybody into the tax bracket. This is something every government has done and will do, and because payment of taxes has been with us long overdue, a very long time. Mr. Speaker, tax reforms were introduced in 1983 as an instrument of accelerating growth, reducing poverty, and reducing Ghana's dependence on aid to finance government expenditure. The critical issue has been generating revenues using tax instruments that are least harmful to the poor. Tax reforms focus on four main components of taxes: tax on income and property, taxes on domestic goods and services, international trade taxes, and value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to increase tax revenues as falling aids continue to reduce due to COVID-19 and its associated global impact and the need to increase pro-poor spending. The tax net needs to be widened at the existing tax rates
to generate more tax revenues without harming the poor. However, there are significant problems that constrain the ability to improve efficiency in tax administration and generate more revenue at existing tax rate. The institutional structure for tax collection is weak. Low levels of staff mean that a significant proportion of taxpayers are tax net. For instance, businesses and people in self-employment who account for over 34% of the economically engaged population need to be included in the tax net. Logistics to identify and provide information of potential taxpayers and the source and levels of their income are lacking. There has been slow takeoff of automation and computerization of custom systems, which aims to reduce leakage in revenue. Mr. Speaker, the ability to raise revenues from taxes, called physical capacity, is a crucial aspect of the functioning of any state. Being able to tax citizens and collect revenue efficiently is the cornerstone of state formation and survival. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, greater physical capacity implies greater access of the state to revenues needed to provide public goods and services. Mr. Speaker, developing countries are only able to raise a small share of taxes. Typically, they collect between 10 to 20% of GDP. The average in high-income countries is double at 40%. Low tax collection rates have devastating consequences on development. They mean that government will not be able to invest in public goods such as health, infrastructure, and education. Even the Sustainable Development Goals, which aim, among other things, to build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, have set mobilizing revenue as a goal on its own. SDG Goal 8. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of taxes is to provide government with funds for spending without inflation. Taxes are used by government for a variety of purposes, some of which are funding of public infrastructure and welfare projects, defense expenditure, scientific research, salaries of state and government employees, operations of government, public transportation, among many other things. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on lives and livelihoods has been devastating, with the global economy plunging into a recession in 2020 with a GDP growth of -3.1%. Countries around the world develop strategies to contain and recover from the impact of the pandemic, including vaccine administration, which have strongly supported global economic recovery in 2021 with an estimated growth of 3.7%, up from the -3.1% recorded in 2020. Prior to the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, 2017-2019, Ghana's economy was strong and stable, evidenced by robust growth, stable and low inflation, declining interest rates, fiscal deficit contained with a 5% FAR threshold, strong external balances with positive trade balances and strong reserves. Mr. Speaker, we as a nation should put our destiny into our own hands. Our over-reliance on donor support and loans should be minimized. We have, as a matter of urgency, put in measures to increase domestic revenue mobilization so as to depend less on borrowing and reduce debt services, and hence the introduction of a new tax that will include every citizen, the e-levy. Where we are now, Mr. Speaker, burden sharing, where every citizen is called upon to contribute his or her quota for national development, is the answer. Mr. Speaker, nation building requires the input of every patriotic citizen. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy, as proposed by the government, is expected to help increase Ghana's tax to GDP ratio from the approximately 12.2% in 2020 to 20% by 2024. The levy is expected to help increase the tax to GDP ratio to 16.5% in 2022 from the 13.4% in 2021. The e-levy, among other things, will offer Ghana the opportunity to collectively rebuild our economy by properly managing our debt levels, will help address youth unemployment, will enable government to build proper digital infrastructure and space to support several e-platforms like the e-health, e-agric, etc., as well as help give a massive boost to road infrastructure and maintenance. Right Honorable Speaker, my constituency, the Amasama constituency, which is now the third largest constituency in terms of voter population per the 2020 voter register, has one of the poor road network in Greater Accra. But for the timely intervention of His Excellency the President initiative in the road sector, we couldn't have boast of even a single tied route. I believe with the implementation of the e-levy, government can have enough funds to complete and give facelift to roads such as the Sansam Junction, Sansam Odumase, Mimpamwasem Road, Media Township Road, Ajin Kotoku, Akotoshi Roads, Trade Junction Akrama Kushibiadi Roads, Popiase Maira Osudompo Road, Trade Junction Abayasi Gaudumase Amamori Road, Trade Junction Opasapema Roads, Trade Junction Kojoashon, Macedonia Junction Pobikope, among others, which I cannot mention for the sake of time. Right Honorable Speaker, I watched a video footage of one of our former president of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, addressed to the journalists at the First Staff House on Tuesday, 12 January 2016, in which he stated, and I quote, "The thing about government investment and expenditure is the money comes from nowhere. It comes from ourselves, and especially you have a country where the number of people who know that they must pay a tax on income do not exceed 30% of the population. Almost 70% of the population pay only indirect tax, and so you either have to go and knock the shop and take a daily rate, and at the end of the year, we are all supposed to go and file our taxes and declare our incomes, and you say, okay, you pay 1,000 Ghana cedis, you pay 500, you pay this. 70% or more of our people don't file their tax returns, and so the only way you can raise money really is through the tax system, and the only way you can get everybody to contribute is through indirect taxes. And indirect taxes include like consumption on petroleum products. And so those who consume more, if you have a V8 and you buy more fuel, then you are paying more taxes. If you sit in a trotro, you are paying less taxes because 15 of you are in the trotro using the same fuel. And so those are some of the things that we are faced with. It is not every decision that will be popular, but what was I elected for as a president? To make decisions that are popular. If I took popular decisions to make you happy with me, this country will be on the ground by now. They are tough decisions. I mean, do I take pleasure in imposing taxes on people as if you just take pleasure in it, unquote? This can be verified from graphic online Enjoy FM of January 12, 2016. Right Honorable Speaker, paying taxes should be framed as a glorious civic duty worthy of gratitude, not a punishment for money making. Elian de Botton, Sweden-based British philosopher and author. Right Honorable Speaker, in the book of Leviticus, the Almighty God, who is a divine provider, yet asks Christians to pay tithe for the growth and development of the church. As citizens, we also have to pay taxes to develop our nation. Mr. Speaker, it is said in account that Sir Odishia Engineer Akwa Ejane, Sir Odishia Akwa Ejane, to which, if the royal doesn't fight, the slave will run away from the battlefield. If you don't sacrifice for our country, those who give us loans, grants, donations will run away from us. Wherever we are today, either in government or in opposition, we have a huge responsibility to be mindful of whatever we are doing and saying today. Can we continue to rely on loans and grants? Can we run always to IMF for bailout and live by their conditionalities? Let us take our destiny, Mr. Speaker, into our own hands. For helping, they say, help those who help themselves. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to appeal to all Ghanaians to appreciate the fact that the decision to charge transactions is practically the only option to generate funds locally for development and is the only potent option to loan acquisition. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given me.
Yes, let him come to Afajeto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The statement made by my honorable colleague, in my opinion, is sympathetic to a certain levy that we on this side have fought for some time now. Yes, we know that it is our duty as citizens, especially those who can afford or working, to pay our taxes. And so some of us are doing that. And about more than 2 million Ghanaians are doing so. But then, Mr. Speaker, we are paying the tax and will continue to pay the taxes. If we pay the tax and our roads remain the same in a very deplorable state, we will not have the courage or be happy enough to be paying these taxes from our hearts freely. Another issue is what we experienced the president do when he travels. The president, for some time now, has been traveling on a very expensive jet, and from an article that was put up today by Honorable Okujetu Ablakwa on Ghana Web, it's very clear that if the president had not been traveling on this type of jet, where he bows in the air, he does, he would have been able to pay about 7,000 NAPCO workers 700 cedis every month for a certain number of years. So, Honorable Speaker, we agree that we pay taxes, but we want to see what our money is being used for. So, we must be able to drive on good roads. We must have water flowing in our taps, electricity constantly being supplied, and then with that, we will be happy to pay the tax. And that this statement, it is an e-levy insinuated statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, just for the records, we are members of Parliament. The rule is clear. In making comment, we should not raise matters that will generate debate. The records must not maintain that submission by him, that the president baths in the air. It's not true. Don't say that, honorable colleague. Honorable colleague, please. You can say what you want to say, but don't say that the president has been flying an aircraft that he's been bathing in the air. Don't say that. If anything like that is said of you, you won't be happy. Honorable, if anything like that is said of you by your constituent, you won't be happy. Be fair and withdraw that statement.
Yes,
withdraw the statement.
Leader, well noted.
That's no evidence. If he doesn't, if she thinks she has evidence, that's fine. She should produce it. But in the absence of that, don't use speculation to make a submission that the president has been flying an aircraft that he's been bathing in. Don't do that. Don't do that. You are a respected colleague. Don't do that.
Yes, my lady, Afejetu, just that small portion.
Honorable Speaker.
Leader, hold on. No. Leader, Afejato, just do that small bit for me. I'm just reframe
Right,
that
Honorable
small bit
Speaker.
for me.
What are the facilities that this very jet that is being rented for several amounts with taxpayers' money have? This jet is having all the facilities that I mentioned. I only mentioned the facilities that the jet is having. And it has a parking space, it has a dining space, and the other things I spoke about with Your Highness. If you want me to withdraw bathing space, I have withdrawn the word bathing space. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Very well. Let me come to Anya Sotio.
Mr. Speaker, I think the word tax brings about many different emotions. The poor relate to it different, the rich relate to it different. But I really think that taxing is one thing that unites the nation, depending on how we talk about it. Because it is through taxing that we equalize some things in our society. And the reason why I say that is that I heard there's no free lunch, meaning that anything we enjoy in this world is something that has been created. And what it means is that even your free lunch, somewhere cooked it. And in as such, that worker has to be paid. The roads we enjoy, no matter what company you run in this country, if your products move on Ghana Road, you are benefiting from a societal commodity. And that is why I think taxes should be uniting us as a nation more so than anything else. Now, as a nation, we've set out some goals and aspirations of development, and it has been touted many times. We are always talking. We want our nation developed. I'll commend the maker of the statement, the Amasaman Member of Parliament, because tax in one form or the other is a solution to the many questions we hear here on the floor. I can count over 600 questions since I came to Parliament that has been related to when do we complete this road? When do we complete this dam? When do we finish this drainage? Now, the bigger question is, where are we going to find that quantum of cash, that quantum of bonds, that quantum of monies that government needs for us to make our development possible? Now, what I want to say is that taxing brings relief to students who need tuition. Taxing brings relief to the many who are sick and are being managed by the largesse of the NHIS in terms of monies that government pays for all of us, our health care. And all of these things that we stand here and fight for in terms of the right of the individual Ghanaian can come to fruition if there's a tax base, can come to fruition if government has, as it is, little from each of us to support governmental initiatives. And need I say that there's no governmental program or project that is housed in any of us, our homes. Every governmental project largely is for communal benefit. And I think that, in summary, we all need to do an introspection and be truthful to ourselves. Once there's no free lunch and nothing can be made out of nothing, I will plead with all to appreciate the benefits, the need for taxation when necessary. And I really would like us to remember that we all largely follow one religion or the other. And the one wonderful thing Jesus Christ said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And by what I understand, the nation, Caesar represented the nation, the republic. And once we are part of the Republic of Ghana, once we members are part of the Republic of Ghana, we ought to give the Republic of Ghana what is for the Republic of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to talk about taxes. And I once again commend the maker of the speaker, Honorable Efrifa Mo Wayadie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make some few comments. I will thank the maker of the statement, but to say that this is about the third statement ever since e-levy was introduced into this house. My question is, when did we realize that we needed tax to build this country? Mr. Speaker, ESLA is still fresh on my mind. When it was christened nuisance tax, what were you going to use ESLA for? To buy bed sheets for John Mohammed's comfort? Mr. Speaker, VAT, introduction of VAT, is also fresh on my mind, where leaders of today organized demonstrations and we lost lives. Today, they are the apostles of taxes. Have you so soon forgotten? Now we have all manner of theories being propounded. Yes, the days of Kumipepo, the nuisance taxes, and not too long, when 2017, when they came to power, they said we're abolishing taxes. Today, it has gone back to haunt all of us, and we are where we are today. I remember the then candidate, vice, presidential candidate Baumia, he said we're taxing and taxing and taxing, and it has sent us into a cyclical, sort of poverty. That should stop, and that is what they are coming to correct. Are you coming to correct this with e-levy? Are you coming to correct it with taxes? The money at the Bank of Ghana that was sitting there, that he worked at, the vice presidential candidate told us at the time that he once worked as a deputy governor at the Bank of Ghana. There is money. The president told us, yet we had to wait. We have money. We are sitting on money. And it is all because the managers are incompetent. Now, to the extent that we were told that if governance is about borrowing, then the 18-year-old son of one of our colleagues could be a president. What has changed? What has changed, Mr. Speaker? My colleague has just walked out. He said we should be truthful and honest. He should remove the speck from his eyes first. He should consider coming to this house. The MPP leaders must consider coming to this house to apologize to the people of Ghana. Then we will listen to you. Otherwise, you don't have that high moral ground to come and be lecturing us on taxes. No, Mr. Speaker. If it wasn't good, if taxing to build roads or borrowing to build roads wasn't good, then what has changed today? Mr. Speaker, these are few comments, reminders that I just want to pass it on my colleagues on the other side. The hypocrisy in this country is becoming too much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to your breakfast out.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am very surprised that my colleague is talking about what has changed. Honorable Speaker, when we talk out of context, sometimes we lose the essence of the statement. Because Dr. Kwame Nkrumah of blessed memory, never experienced COVID. Utua Champong did not have a confrontation with COVID. This is the first time in the history of this world that we have experienced COVID and every economy has contracted. So, Honorable Telabi, my very good friend, something has changed. The dynamics of the economics of the world, have changed. And it behoves us that we come out of the ashes of COVID. If not, Ebola was not that debilitating as COVID. My brother and friend, when you have economies contracting and getting to negative growth, this is serious. And we shouldn't be oblivious of what has happened. So, Honorable Speaker, when you have very serious challenges in your life, you can't do the normal things. It behoves you to do what is appropriate, and then you find very good solutions. So you come out of the doldrums. So, Honorable Speaker, it is on this showing that I want to submit that we shouldn't develop an allergy to taxes. That's why you could see a lot of people have left this place when they heard that we're going to talk about taxes. They've left here. But I thought that is our constitutional imperative. That if you pay regard to Article 174, 1, it provides, and with your kind permission, I'd like to quote, no taxation shall be imposed otherwise than by or under the authority of an act of parliament. So we have the duty to ensure that we impose taxes on our people. For what purpose? Because this country, given the exigencies of the moment, cannot develop if we do business as usual. That is why at the moment we have a very creative and innovative way of widening the tax net. Honorable Speaker, what saddens my heart is that those who have developed this allergy against e-levy, they've not shown us any alternative. You cannot have a government improving the fortunes of this great country when those who we are supposed to trade ideas with. Honorable Speaker, that is my sense of opposition. You trade ideas. Sometimes we are caustic in our orientation and doesn't help in the common weal. We don't have alternatives. And people are believe that, how are we going to run the economy? And then if we are not careful and you develop this penchant for borrowing, some people will come and say that, well, the economy is so terrible, you have to be a candidate of the IMF palliatives and prescriptions. You can't have it both ways. I don't see how anybody can say that, well, you have been borrowing too much. And the borrowing is intended to roll out infrastructure. The infrastructure that was bequeathed to the MPP government, we need to improve upon it. We shouldn't maintain the same infrastructure. In fact, we are on record that we've made more roads than all the governments put together under the 1992 Constitution. And roads, please. And roads are not cheap. You will need adequate money to give roads to our people. Hence, this whole debate about we looking at e-levy as a veritable source, one of the ways of widening the tax net. So, Honorable Speaker, I will submit that this is one of the most important statements I've heard this year. That for the first time, we should raise our consciousness when it comes to the area of tax. Honorable Speaker, I was expecting the maker of the statement, Honorable Akwasi Owusu Afrifa Mensah, to give the biblical support in the area of tax. We just said Levitical, but if you, after I've finished this, I'll come to you, and if you can give me chapter and verse, I'll be able to rule out that even God supports taxes. But I think you need to give me the full chapter and verse. Honorable Speaker, This hour I am excited that the maker of statement, who I believe is a research-based honorable member of this House, quoted our former leader. And that is why we shouldn't do convenience politics when it comes to matters which are sensitive and developmental in orientation. Our former leader, President Mahama, is on record to have said that the people who pay tax in the entire economy are 30%. So 30% are carrying the 70% on our back. That is a very, very unfortunate situation, you know. A nation in which 30% of the people are carrying 70% on their backs. They will break their backs and have what is a malady that affects old age? Spinal challenges. We have spinal challenges. So we need to bring more people into the tax bracket. And if you do that, trust me, it is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of proper application of our resources. We have more infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, when people say that, what have we seen in terms of development? We have seen a lot of development under President Adjournment Akufo-Addo. Even regarding free senior high school, do you think, the money came from where? The monies that we are applying for purposes of developing this country, we should get it from taxes. But when we say we don't have to tax our people, what we are saying is that our development will plateau as a nation. We will not be able to develop this nation to the point where we have the best for future generations. Honorable Speaker, I was also elated that he spoke about responsibility. There is no free lunch in this world. We should come to terms with that. When we had an emergency situation and nobody on the who was taking money from the National Exchequer was laid off. In the COVID era where countries were laying off workers, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo was on record because of the resilience of the economy, proud to the COVID era, to have pushing a lot of people, when a lot of people were enjoying free electricity and water. It's all because the economy was very, very, very strong. Now that the relief has come and there's necessity to shore up the economy, it behoves us to be responsible citizens and say that you can't have a permanent free lunch. What it is that insofar as we don't want to mortgage the future of this country and have the generation that will come after us cursing us, we need to develop this country very well. And one of the veritable ways of developing any nation is to pay the requisite tax. That is the responsibility of the citizenry of our country. And I wish to submit finally that this consciousness of paying tax has no party colors. We should forget about the NDC tendencies and the MPP tendencies and say for once that in the ashes of COVID, we cannot arise and do the normal things. And when we come together as a nation, this parliament will go down in history as one of the most responsible parliaments. Now, in terms of the constitution, we came together to raise the requisite revenue for the development of this country now in the future. I really commend the maker of the statement that this statement is very apt, is very opportune, and I'm saddened that our partners in government have left the chamber. But I think the Hansard is a record that subsequently, they'll read and improve our constitution. I'm grateful. You've had your turn already, my brother. Tell her you've had your turn, so sit down and let's progress. I'm grateful, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, let him come to. Is it Atibu?
Kwame Danso. Sene, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to add my voice to the statement on the floor by Honorable Kwesi Afrifa-Mensah Amasaman, MP. Honorable, Mr. Speaker, paying tax is very, very important. We all know without tax, we can't do anything in the country. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to also be responsible and accountable to ourselves. And we also need to be honest to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, paying tax everywhere in the world, tax are being paid. We know that COVID has kicked in and we are all struggling with our economy. At the same time, some countries are also giving leave, COVID leave, to their members or to their citizens, whilst we are also taxing our citizens. So it's vice versa. Therefore, we have to be careful as a nation. Whilst others are paying tax, they are utilizing their tax. When there's emergency, they take good care of their people. Give them leave, both kids and adults. Whilst we are rather taxing in Ghana, because we think we have emergency. Always there's emergency. There's drought, there's bad weather, floodings, tsunami, so many bad weathers, hurricane, and all that. But there's emergency leave to the people, taking care of them. But always, Ghana, we want to tax the people. Mr. Speaker, when this COVID occurred, we knew that a lot of people's businesses have collapsed, that they won't come back. But there were no leave for them. So these are certain things that we have to look at it and put good measures. What are the corrective measures that are we putting in place for our people who are in need? Is that just the tax? My honorable member quoted some quotation in the Bible about tax. It's true. But the same Jesus Christ, when he also went to the church, he also pulled a cane and killed some people in the church. Due to the corrupt practices in the church. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you pay the tax and you don't put them into good use, we need to be whipped, we need to be caned. The citizens, the Ghanaians will not forgive us. So as leaders in the country, we have to be careful, we have to be accountable to what we are paying for, what we are taxing for. Mr. Speaker, this COVID, we all know the hardship that we went through. After COVID, instead of giving us leave, we are rather taxing. That's fine. We didn't complain. Now we are talking about e-levy. The e-levy tax, we all know is a tax. And we are saying that even if you go, you have to start from somewhere. But you are rather jumping. Already we have 2% for the telcos. Why can't government negotiate with the telcos so that the government take part of their tax to leave the people in the country? Already government is taxing the telcos, and the telcos are taxing 2% in and out. So government want to also add 1 point something, which will be 3 point something. It's too much. Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, if I get my pay, it's already taxed. So if I'm sending to 3 people that I have to take care or more, as an MP, we always send money to our constituents, our people, those are in need. So this particular money, there's pressure on it already. How many times do you want to tax it? There should be a way out. The e-levy is like going to kill everything in this country. If you raise a road, it's a e-levy. Planting for food and jobs, e-levy. School feeding, e-levy. Free senior high, e-levy. But the free senior high came before this e-levy issue. So where are we now? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I come to the leadership? The leader can, we have another statement to take. Well, let him give to Medina. You just tell me. Anyway.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to congratulate our honorable colleague, Honorable Efrifa Mensah, for this very important statement on taxation. I must say that taxation is indeed a responsibility and not a punishment. And as a state, we must all endeavor to support all forms of progressive tax policies that are equitable and that would lead to generation of government revenue for the purposes of developing our nation. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have reached a point in our time where the love for nation must be above partisan consideration. And if there is anything we should unite ourselves around for the purposes of developing our nation, it must be taxation. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe that every tax policy must be equitable. It is not enough to make a very general statement that because about 30% of Ghanaians are the only people paying tax for the purposes of the entire country, we should introduce a tax policy that will rake in numbers into the tax bracket without ascertaining the status of the people you are bringing into the tax bracket. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the unemployment rate in Ghana is about 32.8%. When you strike out the nominal figures in terms of people who are ready, willing, and available to work but are unable to work, we are talking about some 10 million, over 10 million young Ghanaians who are willing to work but are unable to work. Mr. Speaker, e-levy, particularly the aspect of e-levy that taxes Momo, is only interested in the total number of people you are bringing into the bracket without considering the economic status, the employment status, and whether the people you are bringing into that net are indeed capable and able to pay those the levy. Mr. Speaker, the fear is that we are going to create a situation where even for young people who are in school, because for convenience sake, their daily bread or their upkeep is paid through Momo transactions, we are going to be taxing these people. We are going to create a situation where young men and women who do not have jobs and staying home and who rely occasionally on remittances from their parents and their uncles and people who are their benefactors, now the mere fact that they are home and receiving support from people, these people are all going to be taxed. And Mr. Speaker, we are saying that that mode of taxation is obviously retrogressive. And when the maker of the statement was talking, he made copious reference to the former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And Mr. Speaker, I heard the quotation very well. What His Excellency was referring to was taxing income. It's not taxing savings. It's taxing income. And if you can look at the quotation that he gave us, he was referring to taxation of income. Mr. Speaker, nobody is fighting generally against electronic transactions, because any electronic transaction that leads to income must be taxed. Any income a person makes must be taxed. But if we do not appraise this e-levy properly, you will end up not only taxing income, but you'll be taxing savings, and this is what will lead to double taxation. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, that is why we would continue to speak against and fight against the e-levy. Otherwise, I sincerely believe that taxation is indeed a way to go, and we should be able to rally around a tax policy that is progressive and that is equitable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We've come to leadership. Sir, I thought you yielded yours. You didn't.
Mr. Speaker, I think I requested that one more member speak. Then I speak. Then
it means another member should also come.
You can speak for leadership.
Okay, leader, hold on. But I thought you were a friend said you were.
He wanted to use a strategy you and Joe Wise wanted to use that day. So he went and.
You are.
Point of order. Who is Joe Wise? He says that you and Joe Wise. You see, these guys, this young man, they've all lost respect. You and Joe Wise.
He's my lawyer.
That's it. All right. What friend are one of friends is it?
Okay. You speak. I will give you the opportunity. And answer this year.
No. What I say? That's what you think. That's what you think. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes. I don't know, but so why are you so worried? Why are you so worried about the fact that I just came in? This whole big community is parliament.
Leader,
so
are you challenging me?
Wherever I am,
allow him to speak off record. If you are saying he doesn't know what.
So what's your problem? The fact that you haven't seen me in the chamber doesn't mean that I'm not around. You don't know where I am. You don't know what I've been listening. You don't know what I have on my mind. You said he's just entered. Give me credit. I just entered, but I know what I'm going to say. You'll be very impressed. Or what you say, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it's for whatever reason that what Nabogi said, Abogi is Abogi white. And to say, it looks like. What did I have?
Honorable, please, let's hear you.
Thank you. The member, whatever reason that actuated the making of the statement, I think it's spot on. It's been a troubling development in this country when we come to talk about taxation and how the Ghana Revenue Authority is able to mobilize resources for the country. Oftentimes this suggestion is, well, little traders, whatever, they don't pay. That becomes a big issue. The troubling thing is the big ones. The big ones. There are companies in this country, Mr. Speaker, the collective collection from whom would pale the little ones we are talking about into insignificance. You agree?
Please go on.
Thank you very much. And please concentrate on what the speaker said. He calls me Adanse Ngoswahiri. That's my title outside this place. You don't recognize that. The whole of Adanse traditional area. You should learn. So it would pale it into insignificance. But somehow, we as a country, we as the institution responsible for the collection, I'll call names in a minute. But I think it's time that we pulled up our socks
it's time we set up. And so we're concentrated on how we really go in for the big ones, go in for the kill, not the little. The oil companies, Mr. Speaker, if you suspected that was what I was coming to, that is what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, we've had problems when on this floor we've raised the issue of how much these oil companies owe us in taxation, which they are not paid. Look at the tallow thing. I raised tallow matter on this floor. They owed us so many hundreds of thousands. At a point in time, there was about $250 or so million of our money which they hadn't paid. Recently, Anadako, whatever, is engaged in a big tussle with the Ministry of Finance and with GRA. Over a tune of about $500 million. See, that is the league that we're talking about. It's as hefty as that. These are the things they are talking about. And I think we should sit up. We should take them, we should take it seriously. I bear some responsibilities for all the mess in the oil industry because you know, Mr. Speaker, that from the very beginning, I was at the ministry. It was my portfolio. I answered to my minister then. Mr. Speaker, but everybody says that while the oil thing that we did the first time, the blows, whatever we gave them at the time, maybe it wasn't very good. Mr. Speaker, it's also because we had just come in, we sought the help of, I think that time was the man who eventually became one of the members of the Supreme Court, Professor Nateba, Professor Dr. Nateba. And when he was at the Commonwealth Secretariat, we got them to come to Accra, Speaker. We got them in a very big conference to get into the physicals of what we do with our oils. They pointed the way forward. We followed them. It looks like with the benefit of hindsight, which is always 2020, maybe we didn't quite get the balance right or something. They have simply been expropriating the system. They've just been cheating us. Tallow is the world's corporate. They're just financing their systems all over the country, all over the world, with our monies. We're not taxing them much. Indeed, what we are even due, they are not paying. You agree with this? We don't. That is the problem. So it is true, Mr. Speaker, we need the money. But I also think that there are other avenues, Mr. Speaker, from which so much money could be collected. And Mr. Speaker, the other thing that is also causing some distress for me is how we ourselves as government have also been expending the little money that we get. They are calling for the removal of the health minister because he's done what is the name of the Masin? What is the name? Sputnik F, Sputnik K, or Sputnik whatever. That he did for the good of all of them. That's why they haven't died. They are there and they won't let us pass our e-levy because the man managed to get all this province in there. And money is put to good use like that. That's not what we're talking about. I've been reading a few cases from the Supreme Court in the recent time. Supreme Court is complaining. From when they were in government. How come that monies are dissipated the way they are without proper accountability? Some companies come in, they somehow manage to claim some monies. As Supreme Court is asking, people who come in for more, matters going to court, and the Wyoming thing, it hasn't ceased. All under them, some of them under them. The party now sitting the NDC party government. That's the party I'm talking about. You see, so it's a serious situation. Somebody should open their eyes and make sure that the little that we manage to get is put to good use. And the wrong is that we are people of opportunities, and some of the opportunities it's missed opportunity. Whatever wind we think we can ride on, we take advantage of it, we exploit it, and then cheat the system. Left, right, and center, everybody is cheating the system. Because sometimes you sit down and then you compare the situation in Ghana to what is happening somewhere. You sit back and you wonder, what on earth is going on? The Auditor General has been talking about what is going on all sorts of levels. Everybody says parliamentarians, government, official, politicians, they're corrupt. It isn't so much. The businessmen, Mr. Speaker, are also very corrupt. They are exploiting the system. Quite apart from not paying the tax, they are inflating things left, right, and center, Mr. Speaker, for their own good. That doesn't help the country. It doesn't. So you see, I know the topic, and I know what I've been trying to say for a very long time. If you want to clap for me, Mr. Speaker. Next time when I get up to talk, remember that there are seniors in this house. They know what they always want to say, what is always on the floor. The fact that they may not immediately be around when the subject is moved doesn't mean that they are not aware. I've been trying to discuss this matter for a long time. So as soon as I got there and I asked what was it, I was told about it. I knew that my mind had already been activated and triggered. That is the point. The Speaker, I've spoken enough.
He's talking now.
I said, oh, my fans. I said, KT there. My fans now. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Very well. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for.
So I'll give you the last opportunity. Don't worry.
For the opportunity to contribute to the statement, Mr. Speaker. The make of the statement make reference to the e-levy, that it is necessary that we pay the levy to raise revenue resources for the state. So, Speaker, the levy is a form of taxation, and principles of taxation talk about fairness, equity. In fact, the tax system should not be regressive in nature, and then also it should not result into double taxation. Mr. Speaker, I think that Ghanaians have been paying tax, and if you talk about taxation, there are two main types of taxation. Direct tax, which is levied on the income that is earned by a citizen. Now, this income can come from employment, it can come from trade or industry, it can come from investment. These are the three main sources where income is earned. So, you pay tax on income that you earn, and that is direct tax. And for the fact that the system we have do not capture exactly what amount of income is earned by every Ghanaian, except those on formal employment. It's easy to to tax them because their income is known through employment. Because of that, the second type of taxation, which is the indirect tax, comes in. And the indirect tax is on consumption. So the idea is that if you don't have income, you don't consume. So once you are consuming, you pay tax through consumption, because you're not going to pay the indirect. Now, those people who are paying the direct tax, whose income is known and they are paying the direct tax, also consume. So they pay consumption tax as well. For them, you are taxing them both on direct tax and then also taxing them indirectly. This happens because if I earn income and you tax, the net comes to me. If I use that net to consume a product, buy something, I pay tax on it. So in that way, already I'm paying double, as compared to somebody who is not paying direct tax, but only paying indirect tax through consumption. Now let's look at the e-levy. Where does it fall? Is it a direct tax? Definitely no. Is it a consumption tax? No, again, because I am consuming the services of the telcos, and the telcos are charging me for using their platform, consuming their services. So they are charging me 1% if I send them, do the transfer, and then the one also who receive also pay 1%. And that is even capped after 1,000 Ghana cedis. So if you are charging me e-levy of 1.75, now 1.5, which is officially not known to us here, it means that you are taxing my capital. The net salary that I receive is what you are taxing. It is regressive in nature because you are taxing savings, and it amounts to double taxation. Okay? So that is the case. So Ghanaians are willing or will be willing to pay the tax if they know that the taxes that they are paying, which they are contribution towards the state building, is being used well for their benefit. But if I pay tax and you don't use the tax well for my benefit, if you ask me to pay additional, I'll be reluctant. That is what is happening. That if Ghanaians are resistant to this tax, it means that they are not seeing what they are already paying, the use of it. So the government should take that into consideration. Look, the make of the statement was trying to compare revenue to GDP ratio among the countries in the sub-region. The question you ask yourself is that if our revenue to GDP ratio is low and lower than the rest in the sub-region, are those people in the sub-region, are they collecting e-levy before their revenue to GDP is high? No. It means that there is something wrong with our system of revenue generation. So for us to be comparable to the rest in the sub-region, we should not say, let's introduce the e-levy so that it can raise our revenue to GDP ratio to be equal to those in the sub-region, because they are not charging e-levy. What is wrong with our system? Now, Ghana Revenue Authority made it known to my committee, the Public Accounts Committee, that the taxable population of Ghana is about 9 million people for directors, people who earn income and who are supposed to pay tax on the income they earn, but 9 million people. But effectively, only 2.4 million people are paying, which means that about 6.6 million Ghanaians earn income but do not pay tax. This is an avenue for government to go. What do we do as a country to go after these people so that the income they earn is also taxed for as their contribution toward the nation building? My senior man talked about the big companies are earning income. Most of them are not declaring the income they earn. And even those people who are declaring the income they earn, do they pay the appropriate tax? It's a big question. It's a big question. He mentioned the oil industry. So let us not go the lazy way, not going after the people who earn the income, apply the tax law, let them pay the tax, but rather for us to sit and cross our legs and say, go this way. That's the way to go. If you do that, that taxation is going to be regressive in nature. It will amount to taxing of savings and capital. It will amount to double taxation, while people who actually earn big incomes are left unattended to. Now the other area is what do we do to reduce our expenditure? We have to do something to reduce expenditure. If you have income, you spend the income you have. You cannot spend something that you do not have. So if you are living above your means, you will not grow. If you are living on borrowing, you will not develop.
So we need to live within our means. So we need to do that to check corruption. We need to do that to ensure that money spent by the civil servant into whose hand we entrust this are spent in the interest of the people. So I was surprised this morning when we were trying to say, let's go and inquire into the COVID expenditure. You stood against it. We are not promoting. We seem to be defending them all the time. They know that if they do something, one side of the house will protect them and defend them. They will continue to do it. We are not saying members of parliament are involved in that. We are not saying even the office of the president is involved. Who are the people at the ministries department who are doing this expenditure on behalf of government? And the civil servant. So if we want to go and inquire into the expenditure, and you sit in parliament to protect them and defend them, that is not the proper way to go. They know that they will do it again, and if it's not this side, it will be this side, who will be defending them? So once we are promoting corruption, we are doing that, they will continue to be in this trouble all the time. Mr. Speaker, when, as politicians, when we mount campaign platforms, and because we want the vote of the people at the time, we want to give them all promises, knowing very well that that promise we are giving, it will be difficult to fulfill. Oh, let's do it. Let's give them that promise. Let's get their vote. When we get to power, we know what to do. So you go and mount platform and said, there are a lot of taxes. When I come to power, I'll cancel them one by one. You have come, you are rather adding. What do you think the people will take you? You have deceived them. So when we mount platform, let's speak the truth and tell the people that, look, we need taxes to run the state. Don't say this tax will cancel it, this one will cancel it, this one will cancel it, this one is nuisance. Now, they are facing the bullet. You threw it there, they are bringing it back to you. Because you told them that you cancel taxes, now you introduce taxes. Do you want them to accept it? Let's face the facts. Let it the humble power. Let's come and apologize to the people that what we said was wrong. We have come to the realization that we need the taxes. If we said we are sitting on money, it is the council. Where is the money? Now you are no more sitting on money. It is our mouth. What we use our mouth to say comes back to haunt us. So it's a good statement you have made. You have raised a very important issue. But the Ghanaians there don't think they are not intelligent. They are. They read our actions, they read what we say, and they act accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging this government to rather focus on how we can chase those income earners who are not paying taxes. What we can do to bring on board the remaining 6.6 million Ghanaians who earn income but do not pay tax, rather than going the easier way to tax the poor who send 200 Ghana cedis across and pay 1% charge by the telco. Yet, government want to take that money again from them. It's not fair. We will resist it. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And I hope that the powers that be need to take action will take this into consideration and it will help all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the leader will speak after I've finished. The opportunity to comment on the statement made by my neighbor, MP for Amasamai constituency. Mr. Speaker, this Gettysburg economy that we've all craved to restructure or change its nomenclature has been the challenge of every successive government. The Gettysburg economy that we've all craved to restructure and change its nomenclature has been the challenge of every successive government. And every successive government have made some attempt. Mr. Speaker, it includes increasing our tax base, increasing our revenue. Mr. Speaker, it also includes increasing our import substitutions. It includes creating factories and producing in our own country. These strategies have been in place, and every successive government have tried, including increasing the tax base. But Mr. Speaker, why did we, let me put it this way, the Hansard has it, and the records are clear, that 2017 the finance minister came here and the nuisance taxes that were mentioned were all removed. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, let's ask ourselves, why did we reduce the street light levy from 5% to is it 3% or 2.5%? The rural electrification levy, it is all because we saw that there are just a few Ghanaians who pay the direct and the indirect taxes that he's talking about. And some of these nuisance taxes were all taken out for that reason. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, the finance minister has made it clear that he has cutting expenditure on the 2022 budget by 20%. Mr. Speaker, it amounts to, in real terms, about 12 billion Ghana cedis. About 12 billion Ghana cedis. These are all measures to make sure that we will cut our coat according to the cloth that we have. Mr. Speaker, that at least trying to broaden the base also includes the yield levy. But let me also state that this MPP government led by Nana Akufo-Addo has proven to Ghanaians that when we take their taxes for them, the moral objective of tax this government. Mr. Speaker, free senior higher education is success. Free senior higher education, restoration of the next training allowance, the teacher training allowance. Mr. Speaker, paying the total BECE exams and paying WASI exams total for the public schools come from the Ghanaian tax. This is a demonstration that really we are building that confidence that when a government takes taxes, the moral objective, one moral objective of taking taxes is the commutative aspect, where the taxpayer gets some return from what he has paid. Mr. Speaker, I did say that we will need to get the understanding as Parliament to ensure that we are able to get the buy-in of the Ghanaian. We all know COVID. We all know, unless maybe you really want to, maybe for some political expediency sake, you want to say that COVID hasn't had a devastating effect over the global economy. Unless you want to say that. But honest and truthful to ourselves, we realize that the situation and the condition of the world today is not that easy. And we need to improve, as I said, on our productivity and also increase our import substitutions. Get close substitute to commodities that we import. And that is why government is championing one district, one factory. That is why government is making sure that Ghana beyond aid, we become self-reliant such that we cannot depend on anybody. Let me put it this way. Look, when you go to the other developed countries, I hope the only thing that they've yet to do is to put a meter at the nose of any human being. You breathe in and you are taxed. I think that's the only thing they are yet to do. The only thing they are yet to do is to put a meter just close to your nose, which reads amount of oxygen you breathe in, and you go to pay tax for it. And it is the same taxes they take from their people that they get some also for us for our development. And we are not saying that at the end of the day, we are not sensitive to the plight of the Ghanaian. In any case, if you have an unemployment rate, you need to generate employment from the people. And you cannot generate employment for the people out of nothing. You cannot generate employment for the people out of nothing. And therefore, all these are supposed to end. The youth start supposed to create the opportunity that we have. Look at this house. Every Friday or Thursday, the road minister will be here and he will answer more than 15 questions on roads. We need the resources to develop this country. Let us put ourselves together and move on. Let me come back on the latter side, on the latter note to my senior brother. That comments are made, statements are made to be commented on. I don't think statements are made for the maker of the statement to be told to take the peg out of his eyes first. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. For the time's sake, let me sit down. We will continue another day. But we are encouraging Ghanaians to buy into this levy so that this country will grow, get ourselves out of these COVID challenges. And I know for God and country's sake, we'll pass the levy. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let's come to leader to briefly conclude this particular topic.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just a few comments on the statement ably made by my colleague. Speaker, the pivotal issue is about the need to do serious introspection and see if we cannot do some, impose some taxes internally to yield some resources for the development of this country. Speaker, I think along the line, issues have been raised regarding what exists in the system and what use is being put to what exists in the system already. My colleague has raised, the deputy minority leader has raised issues about corruption and leakage in the system. I cannot agree more with him. As a country, we must own up to this. There are many leakages in the system that we need to plug. There is pervasive corruption in the system that we need to cure. But, Mr. Speaker, let's own up and let's be sincere with ourselves? Is it the case that these issues that we are relating to lately strongly and forcefully have suddenly arisen about leakages, about corruption in the system? Is it the case if we have been honest with ourselves? So for anybody to say that until we're able to purge the system of these malfeasance, government should not be talking about imposition of taxes, I believe is very unfortunate. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, there are grave issues that as a nation we should confront. For instance, in the oil industry, as a nation today, if you probe, the BDCs and the OMCs will indicate to you that daily consumption of petroleum is about 80,000 barrels per day. Whereas the experts are telling us that daily consumption is about 120,000 barrels per day. What does it mean? It means that about a third of our daily consumption is perhaps experiencing some cheating in the system, such that perhaps taxation is not being paid. We need to interrogate that. I will need an appropriate parliamentary committee to trace and track this. It is not a matter for Public Accounts Committee. Committees are charged with this responsibility. We don't see this in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that's why I keep saying that Parliament itself is not doing what is required of it to help purge the system of the mischief that we believe we must be curing. Mr. Speaker, electricity is generated at very high cost in this country. And yet we do know that about 20% of all electricity that is generated in this country is unaccounted for through leakages in the system, the wiring and so on, and also illegal connections. We know it's not about government, it's about ourselves. Potable water that is delivered for consumption in the region about 25-26% is unaccounted for. Is it the doing of government? The responsible agencies are not living up to their billing. We want the appropriate parliamentary committees to trace and track these matters, to say for us as a nation, huge sums of monies that we need to develop our country. Mr. Speaker, property rate, growing up, even in the villages, we knew councillors were chasing landlords, even family houses. And they used to visit on Sundays and Tuesdays, non-farming days, and they'll bring you your bill. Today, in this country, how many people are paying property rates and paying appropriate rates? Is it the making of government? Say that until we confront these things, don't introduce new taxes. Mr. Speaker, every year, the Auditor General's report is full of indictments on our district assemblies. So much is going waste at the level of the district assemblies. Do they have the competence for the utilization of the amounts allocated? Internally generated funds. What is being done to them? Is it a fault of central government? So if people get up and say that, oh, government should be doing this, corruption in the system, leakages in the system, we should plug all of them before we introduce new taxes. And I'm asking, are these matters of today or even yesterday? They are matters that have afflicted our development since time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, neighboring Ivory Coast, the number of people on government payroll here in Ghana is about 700,000. The Cote d'Ivoire is about 200,000. And yet, their economy is in a better shape than Ghana's. It depends on taxes. Not by the 200,000, but the informal sector is appropriately captured. Here in Ghana, it's the opposite. We need to confront this. It's not a matter, it's not the creation of this government. So why can't we come together as a collective to fight this together? And make it appear as if it's the MPP administration that is encouraging corruption and encouraging these leakages in the system. We're not being sincere with ourselves. I agree with you. The Honorable Afeji is saying that we need to start from somewhere. I agree with you. But never let it appear as if it's the creation of this government. We need to start. If it is now, we must come together, pull our heads together and start. But don't let it appear that it's the creation of this administration or it's the fault of this administration. The indictment of the district assemblies started more than 15 years ago. Mr. Speaker, so that's where we are. Mr. Speaker, the colleagues have spoken to the fact that if you introduce the e-levy, it may amount to double taxation. VAT, you earn your money, you pay relevant taxes, you buy goods, you pay. What is the e-levy? It's service. Mr. Speaker, yes, you are consuming the service. Please, you are consuming the service rendered by the service providers. Mr. Speaker, we even need to interrogate what my colleague is saying, because you see, he's even getting it wrong when he says that the telcos are providing the platform. They are not. You are asking who provides the platform. He's even getting it wrong. It's not the telcos that are providing the platform. They are not. The interoperability platform is not created by the telcos. What they take is for just the service that they take. You see, the Speaker, that is why I keep telling them that they are getting the argument wrong. If you don't know that the platform is not even owned by the telcos, you are getting it wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, we must interrogate this. I do know what I'm talking about. You rather don't know. The platform, the interoperability
Honorable
platform,
Deputy Leader, please.
on which they provide the service is not owned by the telcos. It's not owned by the telcos.
Honorable Leader, you've already, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, you've had your chance.
Mr. Speaker, interoperability is where you are moving money from one network to another. You use the inter. But if I'm moving money from Vodafone to Vodafone, I'm not using that service. It should correct that one. It should correct that one. It is only when I'm moving from MTN to Vodafone or Vodafone to MTN or any other network, I use the interoperability facility. This more money, even if you are transferring from Vodafone to Vodafone, you are charged. So I'm not using that platform. You should correct it.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague should really better educate himself about the operation of the system. Really, what he's saying is getting it wrong. And that is why they are getting the arguments wrong outside there and misinforming Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, that platform is the common platform. You use it intra and you don't even know this. You keep polluting the Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the deputy leader, and I believe that Mr. Speaker, that is really at the heart of it. But Mr. Speaker, the people should know that even if you pay taxes and you want to donate an amount of the money that you have paid tax on to somebody as a gift, taxes still will have to be paid. Because in this country, there is a gift tax law. There's a gift tax law. That is why the person at the other end must pay. That is what you pay for the service, the person who receives must pay the tax, receiving it as gift. This is fundamental. Mr. Speaker, this is fundamental. You're getting the whole argument wrong. You're getting the whole thing wrong. Mr. Speaker,
Deputy, please allow him to conclude.
The resistance to VAT, the main thrust of it was the rate, not an outright opposition to VAT. I think again we must consult the Hansard. If you look at the Hansard, when it was introduced, Mr. Speaker, go and read what was said in this house. People make it appear as if there was still it was the rate. It was the rate. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable member for Somenya, is saying that, is asking, what about ESLA? What about communication service tax? What about communication service tax? You see, don't do this balancing act. Don't do the balancing act. The communication service tax, which we Christian talk tax, you also oppose it.
Leader.
But are we there? Mr. Speaker, I'll be winding up quickly, and I believe that if they allow me, I will wind up soon enough.
Leader, hold on. Leader, hold on, please, for me. Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My senior man talked about gift tax. When you talk about gift tax, there are exemptions. You see, you are misleading. People are listening to us. Mr. Speaker, this is a point that we are not the only people listening to you.
What is it?
The whole world is listening to us. And what you said is not.
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
It's not acceptable. I mean, in taxation, that one is not applicable.
With respect.
So don't talk about gift tax when you are talking about e-levy, Mr. Speaker. What the argument here is about the base. Tax must have a base. What is the tax base in terms of as far as e-levy is concerned? We are not talking about giving money to another person. Donations. Donations are exempt from tax. If you are donating money to your mother, it's exempt. It is when you give things to somebody, a gift, that is where you talk about gift tax. But when I send money to my mother, you cannot call it donation, you cannot call it gift. We don't give gift to wives.
Yes, honorable member, it's okay. We've heard you. Yes, leader, please wind up for me.
This is not a point of... What's that point? It's a point of debate. You want to debate what I'm saying. That's because I disagree with the foundation of the issue that he's even talking to. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that he raised about the tax base. And the Deputy Minority Leader spoke to the same thing, that the tax base in this country is very narrow. How do we expand it? How do we expand it? And he quoted the figures of GRE that people pay now in the region of 2.4 million. The Speaker, the most recent census is even indicating to us that the people who should fall within the taxable bracket, the number really is 11.2 million, not even the 9 million. If you have 2.4 paying out of 11.2, that is serious. How do we increase the tax base? Because this is really one area that we can use to expand the tax base and rope in as many people as possible in the informal sector. And he says to us that he's relating to MTN. Yes, they are dominating the telcos. And we know that MTN, for instance, is not a Ghanaian company. They've come from outside. They make money, and apart from paying for overhead charges and so on, the bulk of it is taken to their country of origin, to develop their country. People have no issue with that. Your own government is saying that, can we have something to develop your country, to offer employment, create jobs? Then you say no. You don't want that. But you want them to take the money, take it to South Africa to develop South Africa. You don't want same monies to be taken to develop your country. What kind of logic is that? With respect. What kind of logic is that? Are we being patriotic? A foreign company comes, and that company is not even established to perform the function that they are doing now. We are allowing them for convenience sake to do that. They take our monies and then go to develop their country of origin. Your government is saying that, can we about model our tax on similar operations? And they say no, you will not allow your government to do that, but you allow the foreign entity to do it and take your money to go and develop their country. You are happy with that, and you are saying that we resist it. Resist taking money from your citizens to develop your country. You don't want to resist a foreign entity taking your country's, your countrymen and women's money to develop their country. That one will not resist. And you say you are patriotic Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I think the era of polluting the conscience of Ghanaians should cease. But we'll come to that when we come to the debate on the e-levy. I don't want to say that this is a dress rehearsal to what you may expect that day. But Mr. Speaker, now we are hearing that yes, we are not opposed to the tax. We are only saying that it should not be on transfer, it should be on the wallet. What does it mean? Your leader, just last Friday, the interview that he did, TV3, your leader said so, that we like it, but it should be on the wallet and not on transfers. So what it means is that you are not totally opposed to the imposition of a new tax. It's the incidence of the tax that he's now talking about. If that's the case, let's come together and reason which is the best way of doing it. But to say that we will not resist the tax, I can't for the life of me believe that stance from patriotic Ghanaians. The Speaker, I'm saying to us that we are not there yet, but I think Ghanaians should appreciate the import of the e-levy. The Speaker, thank you very much.
Can we take another statement? Then we will move to adjourn the House. Leader, when are we sitting tomorrow?
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can do 10 o'clock.
10?
Yes.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, the statement that you want us to take, can we agree to take it tomorrow morning when we resume?
Yes, we have a couple of
statements. That's a statement on by Honorable Dr. Zaneto.
Yes.
So, yes. Tomorrow, not today. Yeah, I'm her leader. I'm her leader. So it's agreed.
Well. I was even going to call her, but it appears we are tied. So tomorrow we will start with it. Very well. So, honorable members, we move to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 a.m. the forenoon. 10 a.m. The House stands adjourned.